guys. Another Saturday evening, January 21st. The time is flying, guys. The time is flying. I didn't come up with a suitable topic for today's stream, so it will be a random topic. But I hope that is okay with you guys. We came up with the topics as we go. Okay, we have one in the house. Welcome, my friend, whoever you are. I hope you had a great week. I had a great week myself. And I'm doing good. So that's awesome. So whoever you are, please put a comment so I can hanging with the chef. Hey buddy, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Long time no see. So let's hope it will join more people here. So we have random topics for today, so I guess we have to come up with them as we go. Hey, Gagriden, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? I hope you had a great week, my friend. Yeah, I'm doing good, hanging chef with a chef. I'm doing good. As long as we are doing good, it's awesome. So for today, as I said, we have to come up with the topics. We can talk about random topics. Well, that's good to hear, Geir Griden. I agree with you about that, Geir Griden. Well, we can't control the weather. That is something we don't have any control. We don't have that power to control the weather. It's not up to us. But it's good. Nice for 2 days, frozen for 3 days, nice for 1, frozen for 5 days, nice for 4 days. What? Your temperature jumping up and down. And it's not good when the temperature are doing that. Nice for 2 days, frozen for 3. It's not good because when the temperature goes up and down like that, it has a tendency to be very slippery. When it freezes, well, we had at least on the temperatures on the negative, so but they have been up to 0 and 1 plus 1 degrees Celsius. Today we have it minus 11 degrees. And tomorrow we will have -11, -12. Yeah, it will be around there, that range. Yeah, I have actually a couple of days ago. I didn't put it up from the box yet. And here is the solar panel. And actually, this is heavier than I expected it to be. So I'm gonna charge this up probably tomorrow, because it probably will take 7 hours to charge it. So, but that's okay. I do it tomorrow. So I'm really excited over this. So it's a decent weight, I believe 11, 12 kilos. Will do hanging with the chef. I can see if I can take this out of the box, but sorry about that. But in this, you have some cables, actually. And the cables come in a nice little pouch like this, which is really nice. And it also comes with a user guide. So that's nice. If I can. It's easy to get them up, but when you are gonna close it again, it takes effort to do it for some reason. And it looks like and it looks like this. So a nice piece, actually. So I think I'm gonna put this back in the box and well, that was easy. For some reason, sometimes it's easy to get these back in the... Now I forgot something. Put those back in here. that. Wrong way. Yeah, Gergriden. It's a really nice piece, actually. And I thought, actually, the solar panel should be much more lighter in weight, but nope, it is pretty heavy. Maybe approximately, maybe 2 kilo, 1.5, 2 kilos, probably, for the solar panel. It feels heavy. Um, and it's foldable, which is nice. Yeah, I can see if I can give you some hints. Actually, and this is the size when it's folded. And I don't want to fold it up, unfold it, because I don't have the space for it. Not at least here anyway. Not where I'm sitting. So I'm happy I got this one. Yeah, so I'm really happy with it so far. I have to charge it up and see how it works. But I think it will work pretty good. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother. Just in time to see this. Yeah. How are you doing, CR? I hope everything is okay with you, brother. But I think I picked this power station up. Was it? I believe it was Monday or Tuesday. Hey, Thor. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? I picked it up on Tuesday, January 17th. So I had it in habit for a couple of days now. But as I said, we'll charge it up and see how it works. And I think this one will work just fine. Hey, Seer, or Thor, you want to come up? In that case, the link to the StreamYard link is pinned in the top of the chat as usual. So feel free to join me up here. It is more fun that way. So if you are up for it. Well, Seer, we have actually a random topic for today, so feel free to come up with some topics. It makes it more fun that way. Ah, a cup of tea. That's nice, Thor. At the moment, Seer, we just talked about my new power station. I got it, picked it up Tuesday earlier this week, so yeah, and I haven't take it out of the box yet, so but it is a nice little thing, nice little piece. That is what we talked about a couple of minutes ago, or seconds. Yeah, it's important to finishing up a couple of things before you do anything else. And a cup of tea sounds good, actually. And see, or I put the link to the StreamYard link on the Instagram for you, as usual. So, do you have any ideas, Seer? Anybody who are up for it, please hit the StreamYard link in the top of the chat. It's pinned there. Okay, CR, no problem. It's always nice to have you here. What kind of tea, Thorhaven? Or is it a regular tea or green tea, red tea? Hey, CR. Good to see
Hello,
you, brother.
Shadow. Hi, everyone. 4 here. Crispy.
Yeah. Um, CR, I got my
Oh,
book.
nice.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
did I tell you?
Nice.
Did I tell you guys all the good news? It's above freezing here.
What?
It's above 0 here today. So,
Turmeric, ginger, thyme, honey, and lemon. Well, that sounds really good, actually. But I can pick this up again so you can. In this one, we have the cables in a nice black pouch, by the way. Cables in this. So,
oh, look at that! Look at that!
here it is, my friend.
Still shrink wrapped.
Yeah, I haven't taken this out of the box yet, so I will do that tomorrow. But anyway, it's a nice piece.
Ooh,
So, what do you think, CR?
Well, I want to see it on.
Yeah, I need to charge it up first. And that will take probably 7 or 8 hours, but
Yeah, I mean, just like anything, you want to go use it, right?
yeah.
Go use it and try it out. I mean,
So,
people that play games don't just buy games; they play them.
I agree.
Right. In that same way, right? Gear is the same thing, right? You gotta go try that stuff out. The best that you can.
Yeah, exactly.
Like learn, like, oh, so it takes like 1 hour to charge it up or whatever, right? That way you actually know.
Yeah, exactly.
I know sometimes documentation or manuals and stuff like that don't necessarily say that stuff. But it's nice to know. It's nice to know,
Yeah.
oh, I have 4 hours till the storm. I can actually charge this unit up still. For example. That'd be nice to know. Versus, oh, it actually takes a whole day. Then at least you know that.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is with this solar panel is it is so heavy. I thought it should be lighter, but it is not. It's it's probably 1.5 kilo, maybe 2 kilo, just for the solar panel. So
Hmm. Well, I mean, there's probably glass in there, copper. Those are heavier resources.
yeah,
So,
and the panel is, well, it's the box, but I can show you this one too. So
now we got King. So King, I'll go out. A little bit of you.
yeah, Uncle L.
They're both in the chat with us.
Good to see you, Uncle L.
Oh, speak of Uncle Al. Hello.
Yep. Hi, guys.
Hi, Uncle
1
Al.
second. There, I gotta
And
get rid of the
guys,
reverb.
this is the solar panel when it's
Good.
cold. This one is heavy.
It is.
I thought it
Not
should
quite
be lighter,
backpacking.
but it's not. And this is 100-watt solar panel.
Hi, Sir Haven. Hi, everybody. I'm only here for about 18 minutes. I'm rushing around. You know me, it's January. I'm always busy. At least we had a
Yeah,
break from the rain.
I'm getting a break from the cold. It's above freezing.
No, that's good.
I know, right? It's just like this is like I can come out with a t-shirt on.
how is that
Yeah,
possible? You can have it is above freezing by now in January in Canada.
No, because if you look
usually
at
they're
any
like. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you look at any records throughout any place here in Canada, you could see that there's times where it goes above freezing. It's just not all the time. Rare. But it's not. It does happen, right? It does happen. It
Yeah.
can be above freezing in January. And well, in any of these months, these winter months, it could be above freezing. It's just usually it's not.
Right, because you have a sometimes a warm January, and then you
Yeah.
turn around and it's like, oh dear Lord, February, it's snowing again. It's like,
Yeah.
remember that one year you had 10 meters of snow in Alberta?
Wow, there was look at the snow that they get out east. I'm going out.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
like it's taller than a door.
Yeah, but like I said, it's been a kind of a weird weather pattern this year, folks, because El Nino is lingering longer and is slowly changing to El Nino. So I tell everybody around the world, it's going to be a weird summer. We're going to have like Canada's going like, what do you mean it's 102 Fahrenheit in Alberta or British Columbia? Because you're
39
going to
Celsius.
yeah, because you're going to have heat waves. UV radiation is going to spike between June and July. It's like go surfing in Sweden in July. That's how hot it's going to be. Because I warn people, these bands don't care if you're on the planet. You'll either have a thermal wave, or you're going to have an atmospheric river, or you're going to have a polar insertion. They don't care. It's been doing it for 100,000 years. It's going to do it again. And if I hear another word about that crazy girl screaming about it's CO2, somebody should kick her in the nads. I swear it's like,
Well, there's other gases too, right?
right. It's like nobody ever
Nitrous
talks.
oxide, methane, right?
Yeah, nobody talks about methane.
No one talks about that.
No, and
No one
nobody
ever talks about that.
other than plugging up cows' butts with diapers. I'm looking at them. I used to be a dairy farm. You ever try to put a diaper on a cow? Think about it.
Mm.
And you got a question from Gergrid and Uncle Al. Is
Yes.
it okay to use 30% shade cloth for tomato plants too?
Yes, because it's going to be a scorcher. Remember last summer, a lot of people, their tomatoes failed because after 80 degrees, that's Fahrenheit, your plants cook in direct sunlight, especially tomatoes. Tomatoes, they like it a little bit below 80 degrees where it's cool and moist and a little bit of warmth. If it's too strong on heat or sunlight, they don't produce, they wither up, and they die.
Oh, okay. I think that's about 27 Celsius. 86 is plus 30, by the way. I'm
Yeah.
helping you guys like four. Gotta help
Yeah,
out.
like I said, I learned this from Howie at Food Force. Food. It, what's Howie's channel?
Hey, Thor, good to
Food
see you
forest
again.
permaculture.
That's it.
Yeah.
Hey, there's Thorhaven right there. Hey,
What's going on,
Thorhaven.
guys?
No, speak of them.
We are doing good.
Awesome.
Yeah. Could I just add something real quick? See, Uncle, in that same year that we had the heat, though, was the same year that I put the mulch down for the tomatoes. Totally
Right.
helped.
Yeah,
Like,
it
the
does.
ground was still moist. Like, even though it's like 35 out, right? 95 Fahrenheit. I'm just like, they were still going. So
Right.
that
Thorhaven
was,
should,
I'm glad I did that.
you're right. Thorhaven shouldn't worry about he's too high north, so he won't get hit by the UV bands.
Just the
ULV,
cold.
ultraviolet light bands. It's like, hey, how to garden. It's going to be worse in my area. I live in the desert, so I could fry the tomato plants. Just put them out there, 120, no problem. Kills everything. Last year, you know what was my hottest temperature? 118 in July.
Oh,
That's
Isn't that like
that makes you sweat.
40?
Definitely.
Isn't that like 45? I think that's like 45 something.
oh,
Isn't it?
ouch.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, we did a
it's
bunch
like,
of our tomatoes in the greenhouse last year and they did really well.
right, because you're so high altitude that the UV lights don't hit it. Your grow time is short, right?
Yeah, we're like, I want to say it's like 90-ish days kind of thing.
Yeah, roughly.
maybe 100 if you're lucky.
You
In the
could see-
greenhouse, it's different, but yeah, 90 to 100 days. And then
Yeah,
with
you
the
need a
greenhouse, we can
small,
stretch it.
fast-growing tomato, and you
Yeah.
start your plants indoors.
Yeah.
You know those little red cups? I love those little red cups because all I have to do is slice down the middle and plant a nice tomato plant already grown, and that gives me an extra 30 days of growth.
Nice.
Unless something eats it, fries it, nephews go through it. Oh, tomatoes! Like, where's my 60 plants? We ate all the tomatoes and took it rest for our friends, Uncle Al. Chill. That's why I have 3 gardens, folks. I have my patio garden. I have a garden that my family does. It's about acre because I feed a lot of people. And then I have a truck farmer that I pay $700 a year to grow certain things that Uncle Al's getting old. I don't want to be out there in the hot sun hoeing.
Doing that and bending over and planting, and it hurts. It
Yeah.
hurts.
Yeah, especially
some
when
pl-
you don't have the mobility in your physical ability to do the work. So
Right. And
It's not
also,
Every year it gets worse.
right. That's why I outthink everybody. I hire somebody for $700. Here, you go plant the tomatoes. Here's the start. I'll come back and get the fruit. He does all the work. I don't have to worry about it. It's only $700. And do you know how much produce I got last year? It's like those 2 other gardens, garden number 2 and number 3, I do not put on YouTube. I learned the hard way. I had one place that got raided. They took everything, including our tool shed. They took the tool shed. They took it off
What?
the
Crazy, eh?
foundation.
that sucks.
Yeah.
A big time, especially when you have a roller tiller, a small bobcat in there, all your garden
Oh.
tools and seeds. They took the whole building. They just and everything, and they stripped the land. It looked like a herd of locusts went through it. That's why I don't show number 2 garden, number 3 garden. And people ask, why don't you show it? Why don't I kick in an ads? It's like you show your cows, Thorhaven, you show your cattle, next day somebody with a truck takes your cows away. Wouldn't you be mad as hell?
I'd be freaking livid.
Yeah, you would probably.
Thankfully, our cows
Take
are
the
close, so
whip
we can
and-
see everything. So
But the big
Yep.
thing, folks, you have to be careful. This year, the weather is wacky. Okay? Because we're from La Nina to La Nino. That means Thorhaven might get snow in August. You know, it's snowing.
That's
I've
early
seen snow in
to
August.
have snow
I've
in
seen
August.
snow in August, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not kidding,
I have
folks.
seen that. So it can happen.
I remember in whatchamacallit, January 19th, Sorry, new meds. Didn't want to barf up. I have to take counter meds to prevent nausea and throwing up. But the big thing in January 1977, it snowed in Florida. People forgot that. It snowed. And where Thorhaven and CR was in Canada, it's still snowing in January 19th, 1977. I think
We get
Thorhaven. Go ahead.
It's I'm trying to think. Usually, like mid-April, it will taper off and turn to rain
Right.
for us.
No,
but yeah,
go
I've
ahead.
seen
CR.
snow in April too. I've shown
Yeah.
it on the channel too. Yeah.
But July 19th, 1977, North America and Canada got hit with freak snowstorms. It's like you see a guy and his head sticking out and like, that's weird. And he was trying to get out of his car because it snowed so hard that his car got buried and he was trying to get out. That's
that might have been when my parents had they have pictures, and at the time they had a split level, so 1.5 stories above the ground. They had snow drifts going up to the eaves trough in the roof. Like you could walk up the drift onto the roof, and they've got pictures of that. It's just wild to see that.
right. But like I said, folks, you have to be careful. And on the oh God, I really hate the CO2 because it's a con. It's like I tell people because in California, I keep yelling people, it's racist and colonialist because on CO2 in California, wait, you want us to turn electric stoves. So where we're going to get the electric power from? Oh, from the sun. But I cook in the evening from 4 to 11. So how in the hell the solar is going to work at night, right, folks?
Yeah, and we don't even have the battery technology really.
No.
Hey, Tammy.
All right,
good
so
Hi,
to see
Tammy.
there has to be a certain minimal threshold, right? They have to maintain that. What's that called? I think
Right.
it's called curtailment, or
Hey,
basically
Gil.
it has
Good to
there
see
has to be
you.
enough.
There you go. But do you know what it's Gil. But do you know what they do with the extra electricity? They sell it either to Washington, Oregon, Arizona, or New Mexico and Nevada. Okay? They produce enough electricity, but the problem is they can't store it. So from 8 to 4, they have plenty of electricity. But you come home after work from 4 p.m. to 11, they have to use fossil fuels. Coal burning, gas burning. What was the third one? Oh, hydroelectric. But at the same time, they said, oh, we have to save the smelt. I said, then get rid of the striped bass. That's an invasive species. They introduced that in the 50s for sport fishermen. So if you want salmon and smelt and all the little critters, get rid of this striped bass. But a lot of people say, oh, no, we can't do that.
Hey, Gil. Welcome to the panel.
Gil
Always
knows what
nice
I'm
to see
talking
you.
about. Right, Gil?
Yeah.
Hi, Gil.
Hey everyone, CR. Or yeah,
What's going on?
The problem with one of the things Uncle is going on. They expect everyone to put in solar battery walls or battery banks to store the electricity for their houses. Do you know what that does to the environment? The mining for all those lithium batteries.
Yes,
wanna
it
talk
takes
about
a lot
that?
of water.
You
No,
wanna-
it's all good for the environment. Come
Oh.
on.
and all those poor,
emissions.
Don't forget about the arsenic.
It's all good. Don't
and
you
all those
worry.
poor kids working in slavery in foreign countries, digging in those mines to
Right,
get that
they
crap
make-
out.
Right. Let me explain this. I put this on my community community board post. It's also colonialist and racist because you have brown and yellow people digging with hand tools for lithium, like the Red Chinese on the Uyghurs. Hey, you dig or we shoot you. You know, with hand tools.
Chili, got some
Okay.
chili here.
Oh, that's good. But like I said, it's green programs are racist and colonialists. No matter how you put it, Gil knows what I'm talking about because we both did the research on it. We haven't had a decent hydro dam in California for 42 years. Remember
they
that?
tore out 90% of them to protect the fish, and the fish on those rivers where they took them out, the population nosedived because they no longer had these little lakes for them to recuperate, to spawn in. Yeah.
Yeah, because they tore out the fish ladders. Remember that, Gil? That was the stupidest thing. It wasn't even hooked up to the dams.
Yeah. But they tore it all out to return it to its natural state, and the fishery on those rivers went into the toilet and flushed.
They need lots of dams instead of just one big one, like a whole ton all the way down. So not only can you produce power down, it's not as bad for the and as well as that, it also helps preserve the water. So.
Well, see, they used to on the south, middle, and north fork of the Stanislaus River and the Florida River, they used to have these little mini hydroelectric plant dams, little ones. All right, every 5 miles or so, and there would be like about a quarter mile little lake behind it in the river bed there that the fish would go up the ladder, recuperate there as they slowly go to the next one, go up the next one, and more fish survived, more fish spawned, population was off the hook. Anybody could go out there and fish, and you'd catch the limit. Now you're lucky if you catch one or two all day long.
Right. You see, in my area, where I'm at in Visalia, we protested, and you see armed farmers with rifles saying, "You're not destroying this dam or the holding." We saved 3 of our smaller hydro dams. So we had water, and we told them, "You go near that, we don't care. You're going to see a war here." And they backed down. We even had the cartels backed us because they know they don't have water. They can't grow their illegal operations. So they backed us. They got some pretty nice heavy weapons.
Well, one of the things to consider.
Must be that time.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I'll stick a few more minutes.
All right. So the one of the things to consider when you take electric vehicles against gasoline vehicles, the carbon footprint to produce a gasoline vehicle is, say, this much, and to run it for 5 years takes it up to about here. To produce an electric vehicle, just produce it. The carbon footprint is up here.
It's all lies, Gil. All lies. They come out of magic fairy dust. Come on.
Oh yeah, they got pink unicorns to fart out electricity so they can drive their cars.
Right, but nobody ever talks about the deaths caused by electric cars. Do you know you have a greater risk of dying in an electric car or electric truck than a normal car because they have
Nicole.
to.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Hi, Nicole. They have to cut down the safety features on all these vehicles. So you seen the egg of the drug commercial where this is your brain, the egg, and they slam it into a cast iron pan. That's you in an electric car going at 50 miles an hour hitting the wall.
Yeah, and they try to hide the facts that electric cars, when they're in catastrophic accidents, catch fire, batteries explode, and it's so much worse than anything else. Because usually in any type of catastrophic accident, like being T-boned, the cables get pinched and short out. So you shorten out those batteries, and what do those batteries do when they get shorted out? They overheat and they explode.
Right, and also you have. Remember we talked about this in the live stream, Gil. You get toxic vapor, electrocution. There's 240 volts going through the car, so you can't throw water or foam on it, and you're in the car either dying from poison gas or getting fried from electricity.
Yeah, the firefighters hate hybrids and electric and total electric vehicles.
Used to buy that schoolhouse burning or whatever. That's like that electric car. It just goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whee!
I think it was Purple T-Bear's husband. I forgot. You know his name, Gail.
Bruce.
Bruce showed us photos what it looked like, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
damn, you can't live through that. The car's like crumpled up, it's on fire, and the fire department's way back here.
Yeah, Bruce was a firefighter, and if they found out it was an electric vehicle, they just backed off because they can't put water on it. They're not going to. They don't want to be near it when it explodes. And it's like, and sometimes they go up there just to touch it, try to open the door to get the person out, and they get electrocuted.
Oh, big time. 240 volts.
Hey, Tammy.
Listeners. Good to see you.
But the big thing with power generation, what they're doing over in Gil's place in Idaho, I've been reading a lot of Idaho news lately. You got a good
Uncle
senator.
Al wants to move up here next to me.
No, I hate the cold. I'm going to Peru. I'll take the riots.
Oh, they get snow like you would not believe in Peru.
I know. But I have family in Chile and Peru. It's the war thing. World War II, folks. No, we weren't part of that group. A lot
I don't know. Are you sure?
My family fought on both sides. We played the odds. So it's kind of weird in my family at reunions. But the big thing with you don't trust nobody right now because everybody, school boards, school unions, you don't know who's infiltrated, like the FBI or the ATF. I really hate the ATF. Gil knows what I'm hating it for. Because in the 90s, it used to be ATF was a branch of the IRS. And then they went to the Department of Treasury. And then Homeland Security and Department of Justice were trying to think of a way what they're going to do with the ATF. And Gil knows what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, we want to disband it.
Yeah. So what happened was the Department of Justice gave them illegal police powers. They took it from the Treasury Department. Was it 89 or 90? They took it from the Treasury Department, put it as a special legislated branch, which is wrong. It's not legislated. All laws have to go through Congress. And they gave them, why does the ATF needs attack helicopters, a SWAT team? That was really good job what they did on Ruby Ridge and Waco. And also that poor kid, and he was holding a slice of pizza and he's paraplegic, and they opened up with machine guns. He's a terrorist. No, he isn't. He's a 12-year-old kid in a wheelchair celebrating his birthday party. They got the wrong address. This is why the ATF has to be with local law enforcement. After that incident, wait, you raided a kid's birthday party and you shot a paraplegic boy in a wheelchair holding a pizza? We thought he was a terrorist. Does that sound normal to you?
No.
Yeah. That was some good chili. Oh, man. Whew. My sinuses are clearing out.
Good.
Yeah. You're probably sweating too.
Yeah, that's why he runs to get a drink of water.
And I'm getting hungry too.
No, I just had to clean my nose. Woo, man. Yeah. Whew.
Yeah, I'm getting a message. I got about 2 more minutes and I have to take my ride to church. I'm doing bookkeeping. It's like, Lord, I hate bookkeeping.
That's the worst.
Yeah, even with computer technology, it helps me with the numbers, but I have to deal with people. We did this week, we did our first aid classes. I made sure everybody got a certificate. We did CPR. We did AED machines. I had to yell them. They say, we could take this online. No, because a lot of you boneheads want to do it in the rain. Yeah. Okay, if you're kneeling on the ground in the rain and you use an AED machine, what's going to happen to you?
You're both going to do the funky chicken.
right.
And those who don't recall what the funky chicken is, it was a dance where they did like this out on the dance floor, flapping their arms and crap.
Because Gil knows every 2 years I do the courses and I make sure everybody in my church who works with me gets the certificate and gets the card and knows what they're doing, especially infant and choking procedures. That's a separate class because I got it in a group package. That's why I'm doing the paperwork today. And we get a discount because we're a nonprofit charity organization. That's 20 pages I got to fill out. And they said, did the testee is over 2 years old? Yes, not born. He is alive. He's 26 years old. Do you know how many times I have to write down on a form?
Yeah.
Gil knows what Go ahead.
I want to jump back to something here with the back to electricity and stuff. One of the stupid things they're doing here in the United States is a certain group of I just call them demon rats that are trying to eliminate the use of natural gas and propane for homes. Even the ones up, even cabins way up into what they want to be all electric. They don't want them to have propane. New construction in California,
it's just silly.
New construction in California cannot have natural gas in it now. They've already passed that law. Here's the secret: no, everybody doesn't get. The government wants the natural gas for themselves to produce electricity because they can create the gas fired turbines to produce the electricity that respond quicker to power needs. However, they're about 20 years behind on building these things to be able to even touch the current use of electricity in the United States. And they don't even have them built yet. They're trying to stop everybody else from using natural gas so they have it on demand when they need it, and they can't even use what is they're trying to stop the public from using. Right. And if the public were to use like they are in a lot of places, use natural gas to cook with and to dry the clothes and heat the water, it is so much more efficient than burning the natural gas to fire a turbine to produce the electricity for the person to get, and then to try to use an electric oven or electric hot water here, electric clothes dryer. It is so much more efficient and more green to use natural gas for those appliances than to use electricity for heating elements for those things is not efficient.
Big time.
It is very not efficient.
Let me put also a point. Electricity and water do not mix. If your electric heater tank has a problem in the coil and it connects, that's 220 volts. When you're taking a shower, nice warm shower, and they find you dead, what happened to him? He got electrocuted in the shower. I don't think a lot of people enjoy that. Am I right?
No.
Fortunately, though, the vast, like 99.9% of electric hot water heater failures, when the heating element fails, it trips the breaker before anything happens. And usually people are not in the shower. It's after they get out of the shower when it's trying to heat the water back up that it fails. So that's a luck. That's a luck point there.
Right, but also the unfortunate 10%, because it's 90%. If it fails while you're taking the shower,
it's less than that, Al. It's 1/10 of 1%.
With my luck, I'd take a shower.
Yeah.
But like I said, folks, because I think he's pulling up. But like I said, you have to listen to all these green energy programs because some of them are like what they're doing in Idaho. How many windmills are they building out there, Gil?
All right, we're just outside of our city here. They're putting in phase 1 has 52 windmills. There are 4 phases going in.
And how many more windmills on every phase?
52 per phase.
That's a lot of windmills.
Yeah. And here's the thing.
Made out
Those
of fairy
windmills
dust.
have a short lifetime, and then they got to take off the blades, and they can't recycle blades. They got to bury them somewhere.
Yeah.
There are some other ones, and if you watch a bunch of my videos and stuff, you're bound to get the ad for it on there, where they have the Helix horizontal windmill. Basically, it's like a bunch of cup things that adjust and stuff to the speed. Everything on that is recyclable. It's cheaper to make a bunch of those than one big one, and you'll get more power out of it. And there's less danger of what we have experienced up here is called ice throw, where the big blades start building up ice and snow on it, and they're going, all of a sudden, a big chunk of it comes off of the ice.
Hits your car or your house,
Or hits another windmill and takes out its turbine.
Right, but here we
And that's
had
going
a
pretty
guy.
fast.
Right,
Mhm.
we had a guy in a truck driving by one of our windmills here. We only have 20, and we shut them down, and we forced the company to shut it down because the guy in the truck didn't know he was driving on the highway. Do 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 do, and then he was chopped in half with his truck because one of the blades broke off. Traveled a quarter mile away and harpooned him into the highway. Just
Oh,
so think about it. You're at home watching TV, or sorry, even sitting in his chair, and one of these giant windmill blades break, and what happens?
It can take out several houses.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Yeah,
you're
they
correct.
keep on going. They keep on going bigger and bigger on the windmills rather than going smaller.
Smaller and more of them
Cheaper
in
and more of
individual
them.
areas. Yeah.
and more
Also-
efficient.
and more
Yeah,
efficient.
Exactly.
And then it's
But-
the transportation of the electricity as well. You start throwing it through so many different wires and so far over a huge distance, and you just start losing more and more power.
Also, everybody missed this. Those big windmills kill a lot of wildlife. They wipe
Yeah.
out the bee population, the eagle population, migratory birds. Gil knows what I'm talking about. Remember those geese that hit that one windmill in Texas?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's it's not just Texas. The Altamont Pass in California. It's like, what's all this on the ground here? Oh, that's a flock of the Canadian snow geese that were heading south.
That's okay. That doesn't matter.
No, but it's bad when you're.
But if
scraping
it
off
was
the-
like an oil pipeline that killed one, that would be a huge issue.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a text message, so I got to go. My ride's
All
here.
right. See y'all.
Take care, eh?
Okay.
Take care, Uncle Al.
well, take care. Stay safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were looking at a windmill for the farm here and trying to find one that would power everything. Because we've got, like 3 TVs, 3 freezers, 2 fridges, all of Bridget's sewing machines, the computers. Like, we're not,
The light.
we use a lot of electricity here. So we're trying to find something that would power everything. And we looked at one of the 10 kilowatt windmills. So it would power everything here. And it's one there where you wouldn't need to put in that many battery banks because the windmill would do it all. But $80,000 to install,
Yeah.
Oh,
to
yeah.
purchase and install. So the payoff on that would be, I think we figured it would be like 35 years, something like that. So
Yeah.
not
2050. Oh,
yeah.
Now, one of the things, Thor, do you have any creeks or streams on your property?
No, we've got an underground one, so it's not one we can access. So
Right.
that's one of the major disadvantages we have where we are. Is I'd love to have a stream where I could, put some sort of power generation on it.
Yeah. One of the things that years ago, it's been about 15 years ago, when they first developed the Helix wind generators.
Yep.
They were actually designed not for horizontal, but for vertical
Okay.
to go on top.
Oh, on top of roofs.
Throws to go on top of buildings. In fact, in Chicago, they installed a bunch of them. So you have your building, and at the top of the edge of the building here, they installed it where it's canted out at 45 degrees, so the air coming up the side of the building,
Right, would power it.
would power it.
Mhm.
You
That's
have a lot of wind blowing, but you
Updraft.
always have updrafts on buildings. And some other ones did, like where we are, our house, our roof line runs east to west. The wind 90% of the time blows from south to north. The other 10% of the time goes from north to south. We put one on top of our. If we were to put one on top of our roof line here, the wind blows here, I would say 70% of the time, and it would give us so much power, and then we could be feeding it back into the grid, because you wouldn't use as much as one of those ones the entire roof length would produce ever. And and then when it's not blowing enough to produce electricity, then we run off the grid. I mean, we'd still be making money every month selling the electricity back to the grid, and that would pay off that thing in like 10 years.
The stream's about 160 feet underground. So it comes out on the other side of our property on this kind of cliff. It's way down at the bottom of the cliff.
But it's fresh water, right? Good, clean water?
Yeah, our well goes down into it. So.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. How do you heat your house, Thor?
We've got 3 wood stoves and electricity. So electric baseboards, which are not efficient. However, electricity is so cheap here in Quebec that it's almost good as it is to just let the electric baseboards go. So
because when I was talking to the city maintenance guy here, he works part-time for the city because the city's so small, and he has his well drilling company. And I was asking him about geothermal stuff, and he goes, "Well, you don't need to you don't have to have water rights to use geothermal. You just got to get a permit up here in Idaho Falls, and they just want to track who's doing it." And he said, so we could theoretically heat our house off and our water off of geothermal. We would just need a couple solar panels and a couple batteries to power the pump. And if electricity is cheap as you stay there, you probably wouldn't need to do that. You just do the power of the pump and the heat exchange unit, and you could heat and cool your house off the groundwater.
I know a few people that do geothermal here in Canada, and it's not as effective as they claim it to be. You'd have to be in a bit warmer climate, so it doesn't do what it should up here. It's just too cold.
Yeah, here we have we're sitting on top of a lava basalt plateau down, and there's geothermal activity below that from the Yellowstone. So so our groundwater, you get down so far, the groundwater is actually fairly warm.
Nice. Could do like they do in Iceland and just heat their homes with the steam.
Yeah, I mean, there's just, if they want to go, they can go green cheaper. But the problem is, all these big corporation and politicians aren't going to make the money off of it.
Bingo.
And personally, my thing is, when our founding fathers made 2 big mistakes when they wrote the Constitution. One, they didn't put in term limits for senators and the president and the House of Representatives at the beginning. And if they put term limits in there and limited it down, it would have, we wouldn't have professional politicians. Also, they should have put in a stipulation that make lobbyists illegal. because professional lobbyists, and that would get rid of a lot of problems right there, because the problems never would have surfaced.
My big issue with all the green stuff is they keep trying to go all about technology. So more mining to dig up all these special minerals to create all this new technology that's going to be green and clean. And man, first thing you do if you want a really green society is cut shipping right now. We're going back to sailboats. That's it. No more big freighters, no more cruise ships. Everything has to be sail.
Well, no,
unless they are
you don't
solar
even have to go that
powered
extreme.
ships.
You go back to no more importing 90% of our products from overseas.
Oh, bingo. Yeah.
You can still have your cruise ships and stuff, but you eliminate 90%
Get rid of that
of
cruise
the
ships.
other stuff. Hey, Canada loves the cruise ships because everyone from down here goes up there in the summertime. Spends money up there. And in the summertime, everyone from up there comes down here to visit Florida and Southern California.
Yep. Yeah. Oh man.
But yeah, the you're right. Shipping, and of course, you also lose. We lost so many jobs here in the United States and Canada to cross the Pacific there.
Yep.
That it made it hard for people just to work, because so many skills have disappeared from the American continent.
It's true. The big thing we see is in one of the industries we deal with is clothing. So you deal with companies like Arc'teryx and others where they would love to continue to manufacture clothing here in Canada, but not only do they lack the skilled employees, but they lack the machinery. So if you can't get the machinery, you can't get the parts for the machinery, you can't get skilled labor to use those machines, what can you do? You have to move somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
most of our clothing companies here in Sweden manufacture everything in maybe India, China, because it's cheaper with the personnel and everything. So
yeah, I mean, it's like a lot of people think associate the brand Levi's. That's all American. No, it's all made in China now.
Yeah, yeah. There's a few companies that are coming back. I know there was a jean company. I think it's in like upstate New York or something that now manufactures all of their stuff right there in New York, if I remember correctly. There's other ones too that manufacture in Europe and other ones in Canada, but they're far and few between, and you're going to be paying a lot for it.
And just like Tammy says here, we're learning the hard way on what's happening to the canning industry. All the jars, or a lot of the jars and stuff, they're moving across the ocean to produce the canning jars now.
Right.
And the jars are thinner; they're not as strong.
Yeah.
And the lids, there's only
not always fitting.
Yeah. There's the major company that's still in the United States now is Superb canning lids, and then Tatler is supposed to be starting making metal lids besides their plastic ones with a heavy duty replaceable gasket that are reusable like 50 times or something like that. Okay. They're supposed to start making metal ones as well, and maybe Tammy knows a little bit more about this because Tatler's not far from where she's at. And so if Tatler starts making metal ones here in the United States, and just as the reusable ones are Tatler, if Tatler starts making metal ones here, bingo. That'll force something. I mean, because basically people will stop buying the crap just to get American-made canning lids. They're guaranteed American made.
Yeah, and Hello Tofu says, "Oh yeah, not all the jars are tempered, so they break," and that's true.
Yeah. What's interesting is people are going to find this hard to believe. Back in the 1960s and 70s, best foods or Hellmann's, depending on what part of the country you're from, mayonnaise came in glass jars.
Yep.
That we saved all those glass jars. What do we use them for? Canning blackberry jam.
There's a lot of stuff they did.
How many
Even
of them,
peanut butter
how many of them
used to.
broke on us? Well, the ones that broke were when we were taking them out and we bumped the side of the water bath, or we set it down wrong. But for the most part, I only remember like the time growing up in the 60s. I only remember like 4 jars breaking ever. And those weren't as heavy duty as the others, but they were still, quality made American glass.
The Tetler inventor is a lot paranoid about his patents because a relative took his patent and started Harvest Guard.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah. And I have seen some reviews here on YouTube of reviewing the two against each other. Harvest Guard is not quite as, even though they're using the same process, they're not doing it exactly right, and it's not as good.
Mm.
I mean, the people have more problems with the Harvest Guard.
Right when you manufacture something.
Yeah. Now, if you want to find out about superb canning lids, check out Tammy's channel there, Rebel Canners. They actually had her up at their big event in Ohio. And she was one of the demonstrators there. And she was up there. She went through the tour of the superb plant where they manufacture them. She has some great footage there. Yeah, I have some Tatler lids. I haven't used them yet. But the thing is, my mom left me a gross of boxes. All right, so basically, it's a big case with 144 boxes of 12 lids each of the Kerr brand lids from the 70s. They're like 3 times as thick as the current ball lids. I mean, you pick it up and it's like, this is heavy. Whoa, this is a light frisbee.
Can I add a few things in?
Yeah,
no.
please do.
Completion. Things are getting thinner, right? Cutting cost, right? The glass is getting thinner. Cut cost, right? The weight, right? Every additional, pound, equals more fuel used and, and all that stuff, right? Right, it's just like how milk went from glass to carton and plastic now, right? Peanut butters like that and such, right? Glass is heavy, breaks, right? No one wants that, right?
CR?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, we got our milk delivered in glass bottles in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever broke one of those heavy duty milk bottles. Those milk bottles were heavy duty.
No, I'm saying like you knocked into it or you dropped it, that kind of thing.
You'd have to drop it on something hard.
Yeah.
Because we dropped it on the linoleum in the kitchen and it never broke. You'd have to drop it on concrete to break those things.
Yeah, there's actually, I think, a couple companies in the UK going back to that, delivering in glass bottles now.
Yeah.
It's really cool to see people going back to that kind of stuff because it's all recyclable, it's all reusable, it's much more.
And it tastes different. It tastes different.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's just like how cola is available in glass, not just because it has cane sugar, but it tastes better too.
Yeah, I mean, people claim that the the Coca-Cola made in Mexico tastes better. It's more close to the original formula. They can produce it cheaper down there, but they can't transport it across the, like they can the other. And a lot of the Mexican Coke is in bottles, from what I understand.
Cane sugar too.
And there was a drink I used to love as a kid called Delaware Punch. Came in bottles. We used to get that, like most people buy Coca-Cola, we'd buy Delaware Punch. And then they started putting it in cans. And it tasted totally different. It was nasty, in the cans. And we stopped buying it. And I'm not sure the company's still in business.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Tufa has a question. Speaking
Hi,
of
Tofu.
glass milk jars, where I'm now, they are throwing out thick glass milk container with plastic lids. What could I use them for?
Do they have a screw top, or is it just kind of the big lid where the plastic goes over top and then you can pop it off, kind of thing?
Yeah, if it's it depends if it's snap on or screw on.
Yeah.
I mean, I've used.
But even
I was gonna say I used one for storing the sunflower seeds in.
Yeah. I've
so
got
like that.
a bunch I found out the back, because they used to use the back of the property here as kind of a dump. So I've gone out and found like tons of different glass bottles, all old stuff, no lids, or the lids are all rusted. So some of them I can't replace, but I'll use those for like storing. We've got a bunch in the fridge that I use for storing lard. We've rendered lard that we use for soap. So we just got them in those. You can put like saran wrap over the top with an elastic for other stuff. So there's a few different things you can do.
And I've done stuff like that too.
Yeah.
Saran wrap. Usually I tie it on. I don't just use them.
Yeah. The other one I've used for using for our sourdough starter. And then we just put a cloth over top with an elastic as well, because we don't need a real lid on it. So.
Yeah, and glass is a little bit more durable against like bugs and insects and mice, right? It's harder for them to get through that.
Yeah.
Versus glass or anything. I mean, glass versus plastic.
When we had cows, we used to have get the from the restaurants, we'd get the big gallon glass mayonnaise jars and salad dressing jars that were glass, the gallon ones, and that's what we'd milk the cow and would filter it into those gallon jugs, and we had several neighbors and stuff, and we would they would buy the milk from us and give us jars. I mean, the gallon jugs and stuff back and forth, and it worked great until all of a sudden, can't get any more glass jars. The gallon glass jars with the big opening on it.
Yeah. We've got one of the ones I found. I think it's in the other kitchen there, but it's a great big glass jug. So it was used for maple syrup up here, and the lid was all rusted off when I found it. So I got rid of the lid. But the cool thing with that is because it was threaded, a lot of those threads haven't changed. So they're still using the same style lids. So you can actually buy replacement lids for that stuff, even though it was from, I'd say, the 60s, which is very cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And you can hunt around and you can find
Let me see if
companies that sell metal lids for that size, but they also sell plastic lids. So if you're fermenting and stuff, you can use like a plastic lid for it. It does, and like if we had the plastic lids back when we were doing it, we would have, because basically after a while the metal lids start to rust, even with washing them, trying to keep them clean. They slowly rust going on and off the jar. It wears off the coating and stuff, so then it starts to rust. But we would have been using those plastic lids because it keeps stuff from getting into the milk.
I mean, one of my buddies uses a jar similar to what you guys are talking about for like sugar. They store like a whole pound of sugar in it.
Yeah.
So the stuff that they're using day to day, right? For coffee, for example, right? So
Right.
you know,
I use a glass on Amazon here, and let me see if I can show it here. Get this up here. Present, share. All right. These are gallon jugs with different size. This one here has the lug style or bayonet style. This one has the threaded. This one has a little bit different. And this is the type we used to use for our milking with the big screw-on lids like that. But yeah, you can still get these. But this one, bottom one, is also the lug or bayonet style. And so this one's threaded, that one's threaded, and this one here is, hang on here. There we go. Now that one's threaded as well, but also has a carrying handle on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's and Anchor Hawking is a good glass company.
Okay,
so
good to know.
Yeah, you can look up gallon glass jars on Amazon and find some of them. They weren't selling they don't sell as much as the regular canning jars because they're so friggin' big. And Thorhaven, I see that.
So it's like an old maple syrup jug made in Canada, but this lid was brand new. So I just purchased this last year and it screws on perfectly. So the whole thing's still usable.
Nice.
Fantastic.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And I bet you could do moonshine in that too. Oh, wait a minute. You're not doing that anymore.
Not right now, anyway.
Really?
It's winter.
later. I went.
Reminds me, I got to order some more molasses.
We had a bottle dump on our property years ago. Dad went through it and kept some, then told us boys to have fun with our BB guns.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Hindsight is 20/20. There are so many things we wish we could have saved from when we were younger.
Yep.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
The sad thing with what I have noticed here in Sweden, a couple of 2-3 years ago, you could get canned beans in metal cans, but now you can't find them in metal cans. Now you get them in Tetra Paks instead.
Oh,
that sucks. I want them in the metal cans, not the Tetra Paks.
No.
And I can't find them anywhere.
Wow.
That sucks. The only you can get now is some veggies, carrots and peas and carrots and things like that still in metal cans. But mixed beans in a metal can you can't find anymore here. That sucks.
Yeah.
And I wonder, why did they do that?
To cut cost.
Yeah.
Probably.
Cost and weight.
It's cost and weight, right? Glass, metal are usually heavier than
and
Tetra Paks
probably
or
become
plastic.
square now, right? So it's easier to pack and ship.
Yeah, they can put more
in a smaller
volume.
space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The problem with to keep it in a Tetra Pak is the shelf life is not that long.
Well, it's not sealed as much.
Yeah.
Tetra Paks are not.
So
you can't vacuum seal
from
that.
a prepper perspective, it's not that good. So in that case, you have to buy dry beans instead and store them instead.
Yeah. Now here's the problem for all my nephews and stuff. They work in construction. They get, and when I talk construction, I'm talking about underground construction with the excavators, the dozers, and backhoes and stuff like that. A lot of the crew will they've made these little trays they put in the engine compartment of the excavator by the exhaust pipe, and they all bring cans of chili and stuff. And they punch a little hole in it, set it in there so it vents, and they do it in the morning. Come lunchtime, they got hot chili for lunch. Can't do that with a Tetra Pak stuff; it'll melt.
Hello, tofu. The jug
Hi, tofu.
I'll use it for storing mead and alcohol and stuff like that mostly.
Mm.
And that's the thing. Getting the brown glass jars is hard to find now.
Yeah. You can order them, but they're expensive.
Yeah, because that helps preserve whatever you have in there. If you're making tinctures or whatever else, it keeps the light from damaging the stuff in there.
Yeah, because the darkness of the jar absorbs it, so it doesn't get through.
Yeah. And that's one thing that's most people don't realize. The thicker the glass, the less light gets through. So your canning jars, if the canning jars are getting thinner, there's more light getting through the glass.
Well, yeah, because there's physically less of it to block the way.
It's thinner, so more light gets through. I learned that back when I started college. My minor was drama. And I wasn't doing the acting part. I was doing the tech part behind it. With dealing with scene building, lighting, and sound and stuff like that. And the lighting teacher would show us the Fresnel lenses and stuff. And you could tell that he goes, this one here that being half an inch thick allows so much light through. This one here being 3/4 inches thick allows less light through.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had different thickness of Fresnel lenses and on some of the different spotlights and stuff. And so he'd always go around and make sure, and he had everything logged down, make sure write down the number of which one that was, and he didn't know what sort of color filter medium put in front of it to get a balanced colored across the stage.
Mm.
A lot of technical stuff in lighting stage theater.
Well, thanks for enlightening us on it.
Yeah, a little piece of trivia there.
If you want the amber or blue bottles for making medicine, go to an herbalist shop. They will sell those bottles. Well, that sounds like a good idea, Kaylin.
Yeah. And if you get lucky, you can find some at an estate sale or a really old house where people were at there and they've kept stuff stored in the attic.
Yeah. Or a flea market, you can find maybe some of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wish a lot of more things would go back to glass sometimes. Glass is more recyclable and more other things, even compared to like steel or aluminum.
Oh yeah,
because steel and aluminum can oxidize when they're heating it up, so you lose a little bit of it because that thin layer at the top and all that stuff. Glass is a little bit more efficient in terms of recycling.
Well, here's a little known fact about glass. The glass jars and stuff that you buy, they are a liquid still, but they are very, very, very slow moving.
Don't do that. That's like that chemistry stuff in science that I'm like, no, that like warps my perception of reality.
It's a solid. It's a liquid. No, it's a solid.
When our science
glass is made, it is
when you're hitting yourself in the head with a hammer, you're not really hitting anything at all because all the molecules move and stuff. I'm like, listen, I'm going to hit you in the head with a hammer if you keep saying stuff like that. And you tell me if it actually hit you or not.
Yeah. But a lot of glass is really slow moving. And that's why glass makes a better bullet resistant medium than some of the plastic because it absorbs a little bit more than a lot of other things do.
Well, yeah, it's supposed to break, right? Break the bullet and absorb some of that energy.
Yeah. But glass is still considered at room temperature to be a liquid substance, even though it seems solid. It is still moving, and after a millennia or so, it will start to deform.
It's crazy.
But I ain't going to be around for a millennia to check it out.
Anyone hearing this like 1,000 years later, let us know in the comments.
Yeah, time travel back and tell us.
Yeah.
You were right, Gil, all this time.
Yeah,
No,
I know
Mr.
that
Deedle was
glass
right.
is liquid.
Lost CR.
Yeah.
He's hungry again.
Or he gets some problem with his signal.
Or he touched the wrong spot on his phone.
Yeah, that too.
I do that when I'm talking on my phone. Like, have it to my ear, and my ear will actually hit the mute button. I'm like, seriously? So now half the time I've got it on speaker right close to my head.
All right,
Yeah,
what button did you push, CR?
I hit the wrong key when I was doing that. I swiped.
Told
back
you
by
guys.
accident. Swiped back by accident. I'm like, oh,
Oops.
I did it again. But yeah, I mean, I've ever used glass for a lot of things, but unfortunately, glass isn't always either available or the safest, right? I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like in earthquake-prone areas and stuff like that, I can understand.
It's not taking it up.
They're still
There
pretty
we go.
resilient, though. The good ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, even back in the 70s, the late 70s, early 80s, we could tell that the glass gallon jars were getting thinner and thinner.
Yeah, probably to cut cost,
Yeah.
both in manufacturing and transport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can fit an extra jar in, well, that's a little bit more you can sell, right?
Yeah, you get another pallet on the truck, boom.
And I know it's more efficient. So, I mean, it's the trade-off too, right? If you want more efficiency, then, sometimes you got to lower the weight, so it's more mobile and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
My thought always was, I wonder how many more bottles broke in shipment when they went to thinner bottles.
Probably a lot more than it normally would do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can only protect the bottle so much.
Yeah. And that's one thing
cardboard
we were talking about last night on my live was the canning jars.
Mm-hmm.
When all the canning jars I have were boxes that had folding down lids and had cardboard dividing up the bottles inside. The new ones, they're thin cardboard, like a postcard, thin, and then they have the jars in it and vacuum sealed plastic on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kaylin. Got to pass on the cost for broken stuff to the consumer.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then when they switch over to a different medium to ship the stuff in, the initial changeover is passed on to the consumer as well, because now they have to have different packaging equipment to handle the different mediums. Rather than glass jars, now you're doing the cardboard cartons, and then you're doing the plastic jugs, and yeah.
But do you blame them for passing the costs on? Like, if you had your own business manufacturing stuff, would you be eating the costs of your mistakes?
Probably not. You probably wouldn't want to.
Exactly.
I mean, you always gotta
Like,
look at it.
Damn, I screwed that up. I guess
Yeah.
I won't charge anyone for that. Like,
Yeah, it's not always
you
something like
got to
that.
eat it
Well,
somehow.
see, now if they were smart, they would use that as a PR gimmick. Oh, we discovered this didn't work, but we're not going to charge you for our mistake. We're going to keep the price the same. And what might happen? Their sales might go up because people go, oh, cool. These guys are being honest about this.
Well,
I'm going to buy from this rather than these other guys.
Yeah.
hopefully.
Hopefully. Well, it's like that.
Hopefully
thing.
it goes that way.
Well, it's like the movie The Miracle on 34th Street, the one that had little Natalie Woods and Maureen O'Hara in it. When the Santa Claus started to, oh, we don't have it here, but Macy's doesn't carry it, but Bloomberg's does, or Gimbel's carries it, you know. Everyone was going, whoa, these guys are being honest. I'm going to go shop there first. Yeah,
You just have to remember, if you're losing a penny on every sale, it doesn't matter how many you sell, you're still going to go out of business.
Well, you know, it depends if you're losing or just not making that extra penny profit. If you're still making a profit, but it's not as big, then the volume comes into play.
Then volume makes up for it in some cases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even plastic jars getting thinner. I have noticed the Miracle Whip jars are thinner.
Yeah.
I did not used to be able to squeeze the empty ones, not now.
It's funny because if we
Maybe you got
recycle all
stronger.
that stuff, or not recycle, we reuse all that stuff. So all the plastic jars, we use it for kids' lunches or store other stuff in. Like we buy
they're
ketchup,
containers,
bulk
right?
applesauce, and then
They're
store it in
containers.
plastic jars. But you take that stuff, throw it in the dishwasher now, even on the top shelf, half of it will melt and deform.
Yeah.
Whereas it never
because
used
it's
to.
thinner.
Yeah.
It's thinner, and because things are thinner, it's easier to warm or heat them up, right?
And it's also easier for them to get the container to get over hot and blister.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too, because something that's thicker can refrain or not go through that right away, because it has moved a lot more compared to something thinner that can move very easily.
Yeah.
So for you were saying that you reused a lot of that stuff. Yeah, so do I. I try to. I mean, like, they're containers, like I said, right? They're useful. They just have to be, per se, washed out, right?
What's that? Sorry.
Yeah.
The containers have to be washed out, right? I mean, like, let's say mayonnaise, peanut butter, stuff like that, right? I mean, like, it's not that
so
hard.
we buy all our ketchup, applesauce, mayonnaise, everything else in bulk, like big containers, and then we put it back into smaller containers once we open up the big container. It's good to be able to have, like, if we've purchased mayonnaise jars, then we save those and wash them out and reuse them. Yeah.
I mean, my friend does that with dish soap. They got a large, like 5 kilogram worth of dish soap, right? And they bought it cheap, and now they're just refilling up like the smaller containers, right? That's all they do.
Oh, exactly. Yep.
And they've had it for years, right? Like, you still got that? You still got that?
One of the things that we've done a lot of, we'll buy like the lunch meat in those little plastic square things, so the reusable ones, you know, but the meat inside is in a vacuum sealed bag. Well, after the meat's all gone, we have this container we use for putting leftovers into the fridge and stuff. And my boys, who are in their 20s, a lot of times accidentally put in for a little bit too long, or they put it in for the full time rather than put in for half the time, mix it up a little bit, so it heats evenly. And so it heats on the outside edge and blisters the plastic. My wife finally decided enough of this, and I'm doing a video. I just have to finish editing it. She bought a bunch of the Pyrex storage containers. So the lids are plastic. Yeah. But the bowl is Pyrex glass, heavy duty Pyrex glass. And,
I got a few of those.
And she does, because she's tired of it. She's just worried about all the crap that we're getting from reheating in the plastic. So she's buying those, and she says, throw out keep a couple just for a little bit, but if you need to heat something in it, dump it from that plastic into the Pyrex to heat it in the Pyrex. Don't heat it in the plastic.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we have she bought a bunch of this summer. She bought a bunch of the Rubbermaid, the good heavy duty Rubbermaid ones. She says, "Don't put these in the microwave at all." I go, I'm kind of like, so she maybe start using my Corel bowls and stuff, and then she decided to get those other ones. But that way we could heat some leftovers. If we only eat part of it, we can put the snap-on lid on it, put it back in the fridge, pull it out, heat it again. And then finish, heat up the rest of it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kaylin, you're talking about refilling the small ones with the soap. So we buy the Dawn in the big, huge, gallon plus size jugs. Mm-hmm. We the little hand sanitizer, pump sanitizer ones. My wife keeps those, and then once those are totally empty, she washes it out, takes off the label off of it, and then fills it with the Dawn. So we say, oh, it's blue, so that's got to be Dawn, and keeps that next to the kitchen sink. That way we just get a little squirt on the sponge rather than trying to, dump it out of the big thing and not have it run everywhere. And just get a little squirt on it. And sometimes it's like if I'm coming from working on the tractor, I go over and give my hands a squirt of the Dawn because the Dawn cuts grease. Tractor grease like you wouldn't believe, and so I use that and then wash my hands that way. But yeah, recycling the small containers and just refilling from the big ones is great.
Yeah. All right, guys, I got to jump off.
Way to do it. Okay,
go get supper started and get ready to do everything. So we'll talk to you soon. Take care, guys.
All right, see you later. Yeah. Recycling is, is probably the best way we can save money.
Yeah.
Most people are, oh, it's disposable. Use it, throw it away. Oh, geez, I need something. I'll go buy a brand new pump one from the house. Like,
can I just add something?
Yeah, please do.
No, CR. You can't add something. You got to add two somethings. You got to add two somethings.
Oh, okay. No, I'm just kidding. But, these reusing things also means that you're actually not buying them too, right? Because per se, a container to put something into. Like, instead of going to the dollar store or whatever to buy a container, you actually have a container. Mm-hmm. It just, you just have to wash it out, for example, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that can actually save you money too.
These days, when everything is so expensive, get more expensive, you need to reuse the old ones.
Yep. Parmesan cheese, right?
No.
No? Yeah, I said the green lid around here. A lot of the green lids.
No. That was peanut butter.
Ah, peanut butter. Yeah. My daughter and my wife both buy the big monster things of Parmesan cheese, and we keep a small one about that size of the shaker. Some of the shaker, and they just transfer it over. Keep the big one in the back of the fridge, and use the small one until it gets loaded, and fill it up. And
buying in bulk, right? You're buying it in a bulk size, and they just transfer it manually. Because even the people that do like eco minimalism, like they like to use jars and stuff like that. Well, that's why they reuse jar containers a lot, like glass containers a lot and stuff.
Yeah. So, I'm going to throw something else out here that's been bugging me since Thor mentioned it. Ketchup.
Ketchup what?
Ketchup. If you look at the ketchups, read the ingredients on it. Heinz has two different brands. One is called Simply or Simple. no high fructose corn syrup in it. You look at the regular ketchup, it's like, get away, fructose corn syrup. And I've gone on a diet here, trying to lose weight, cutting the carbs and stuff, cutting out the sugars. And I'd cut out high fructose corn syrup pretty much. And then I went and what was it I had? I had something. The Smucker's strawberry jam. And I went and made a I was making a sandwich for my grandson, and I made half the sandwich for myself. And about 2 hours later, I started getting the shakes and the jitters. I'm like, what the heck's going on? Trying to think what was going on. I realized, oh crud! I went back and I double checked the second ingredient on the strawberry jam from Smucker's is high fructose corn syrup. The first being strawberries, then high fructose corn syrup. And it's like,
Hey, Bob. Good to see you, brother.
Hey,
Hello,
Bob.
The Bob's in the house.
Yeah, and so we have we had 3 cases of Del Monte pasta sauce in here because we picked it up when it was on sale for 89 cents for the big cans. And
that's a good price.
Yeah, well, that was it got picked those cases up in 2020 spring, and I pulled one off, and I just look at it, and number 3 ingredient, high fructose corn syrup. Crap. And I said, hey, anybody wants 3 cases? I got it here. And they said, why are you giving away? Because the number 3 ingredient is high fructose corn syrup. I'm cutting that out of my diet. When I said on the Facebook here locally, no one wanted it, so I had to toss them because it was just like because no one wanted around here wants high fructose corn syrup. Everybody here has learned their lesson already, and so I had to get rid of those. And so I picked up a couple more jars of the classical pasta sauce, which does not have high fructose corn syrup. And it comes in an Atlas canning jar. So when it's empty, I can reuse that jar for canning.
That's awesome.
And it actually
also means you get more out of it.
Yeah, actually, it feels stronger, thicker and stronger than some of the new ball jars. Just saying. I don't know if it is, but it just feels that way to me.
Mm-hmm.
You are probably correct about that.
I know Atlas used to have a bottling plant in Hercules, California, and they used to mine their sand for their glass over by Pittsburgh, California. There's some big sand mines out there, and you can go down and take tours of it and everything. Underground sand mines. Oh, they're talking baseball in the side chat.
Yeah, it's Nicole.
Yeah, she's trying to hit that home run.
And not just her. Someone else was talking about it too. Be More Ron was talking about the being a bunch of cheaters, he said. But hey, the last time I watched a baseball game was about the time I got married, and that was the Pittsburgh Pirates. It was also about the last time I watched an NFL football game was the Pittsburgh Steelers. I only watched that because I knew some of the players.
Yeah. That was a long time ago.
Yep. 30 some odd years ago.
Yeah, the time is flying.
Yeah. I have noticed, I've lost 15 pounds since August, and I can see it in my face. I'm getting a little bit, it's not so, I can see the little lines now showing up in my face because I'm losing the facial fat here.
Yeah.
I would rather have the facial fat and lose the belly fat.
Why can't I allocate this over here?
Yes, I want to keep the face looking nice, round, full, and jolly, and not so drawn and all the showing up.
Yeah, and a six-pack on your belly.
That ain't a six-pack. That's a keg.
Yeah, yeah,
Need to get rid of this kegger here.
yeah.
Oh man.
You know what? I got someone on Instagram, and you know what? The interesting thing is, he tried to recruit me to Illuminati organization, the New World Order. I said, "Why do you want?"
Okay.
Yeah, I asked him, "Why do you want me to recruit me to Illuminati organization?" I said, "Isn't that that doesn't organization doesn't exist anymore? It's a late 1700. It was banned and forbidden, so I don't get it." But
Yeah.
and he said that if you join, we will send you a couple of millions. So what? I'm not interested in that.
Yeah. It's like, send me a couple million first, and then I'll think about joining.
Yeah. Yeah, and the dude was was from Texas. Is from Texas, by the way.
Yeah. When you get
So, yeah, I agree, Bob.
yeah. Yeah, send him over. Have him contact Bob on Skype. He'll drive him nuts for a couple weeks.
Yeah. And he talked about if you're gonna get some good in your life, you need to be enlightened. Hello. The only one who can make you enlightened is God himself. So yeah, Bob, I keep them busy for days on Skype.
He has a few stories of some of the telemarketers. He just had his hooks into them, and they thought they had a perfect patsy, and he just kept reeling them in. Let them go. Reel them back in. Let them go.
Yeah.
Hook, line, and sinker.
So I just, my gut feeling tells me nah, and I know that organization is not existing anymore, basically.
Yeah.
And why should, and if you go back in the history and check on Illuminati, it was presidents, it was rich businessmen and others who were in part of the Illuminati. But the problem is, I'm not a rich man. I belong to the working class. So
Yeah.
yep, acting like I'm brain damaged.
I need someone to help me with my finances. We'll help you.
Oh, we help you. You get all the help you need. Yeah, right.
Honey, where's my phone? I don't know where my. Sorry. I'm just mimicking you, Bob. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
All right. Well, it's coming up on 2:00 my time, and I need to slide out of here. I got some other things I need to get done here. Thank you for having me up here.
You're very welcome.
Yeah. CR, take care. Everyone else in the side chat, stay safe, stay prepared, and don't do anything foolish. See y'all later.
Exactly. See ya.
So yeah.
Have you seen my shoes? Where's my cat? The tiny one. Oh, no.
Yeah, I was going to say the cat thing instead. It's not the phone, it's the cat. It's the cat. But yeah.
I don't know why I get those. Why people want to recruit me to.
That's it's probably just masked, volume of it sent out.
Yeah.
It must be. It's just like anything that in terms of like scamming or anything. You know, you just
probably.
Right, you mass mail it out, right? You don't, right? Because usually that's how it goes, right? They just mass sent it out.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I mean, I've gotten messages. I wouldn't say it like that, but our messages, I'm like, yeah, this has to be mass sent out. There's nothing specific. Specific, right? You know, they just replace the name. That's it. All right. It's just like how number. Yeah.
The dude who sent me this, he called himself on Instagram Illuminati Agent Reese. But when he presented himself, he said his name is Williams Reese from Miami, Florida. USA, I am a member of the Illuminati organization. Do you want to join the Illuminati organization and become rich and famous in life? No, I don't want to any fame, or I don't want to be rich. I'm happy as I am.
Oh, and hi, Kaylin. You guys all in there, by the way. I see the side chat. Nicole's still trying to hit a home run.
Phishing scams, looking for anyone who is gullible, yeah,
right,
to bite.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm not biting.
Yeah,
I said I'm not interested. So
I don't even half the time I don't even I just disregard them so fast. I mean, I've gotten stuff on the Instagram side too, where I've been invited to a group. I'm not gonna say what the group showed, but you can have some ideas, right? I'm just like, as soon as I saw a few things, like I didn't enter in the group, but I'm like, no, I don't want to be part of this, right?
Hey, RG, Arizona, Homestead, good to see you, brother.
Hi, RG. Oh, and hi, Tofu. I saw you in there too. So yeah.
And Kaylin says, I keep getting text messages saying I qualify for Camp Lejeune contamination settlements. Each time a different number is used. I report and block each one. Good point.
Well, caller ID can be spoofed too. This I know. I know about this. 10 years ago. No, 13. No, almost 14 years ago. Oh my.
Yeah.
Yeah, caller ID can be spoofed to any number.
Yeah.
Right. And stuff like that. Did I tell you? Oh, I should tell you guys this story Or on my phone, I just had nowhere, like my friends were gone. I just answered the phone, right? Because I thought it would have been important or whatever, right? It happened to be a wrong number. I just got your number. I'm like, who the hell is this? I don't even know who you are. Right?
Yeah.
It wasn't a scam, right? I could tell this is different, right? This is not like a telemarketer, right? I'm like, nah, I think you got the wrong number. Even that stuff still exists, right? Because you misdial or like, you know what I mean? Like you hit the wrong number in or
Yeah.
whatever, right? Or you give someone the wrong number or whatever, right? That
Yeah.
stuff still exists.
And the interesting thing is, I replied to him, well, I have a question. Why do you want me to join the Illuminati? First of all, I believe the organization does not exist anymore. The organization ended in late 1700. And he said, I got a reply. You were selected and chosen to become a member of the Illuminati to receive the fruitfulness of this group, including money, power, success, recognition, and overall greatness. You were chosen by the Grandmaster because the Illuminati sees a very wealthy man in you. You will be the one helping people in need. The homeless will enjoy from you, and you'll feed the poor with the help offered by the Illuminati. We can make your business move, and we can give you any position you want in your job, and be creative in anything you do. Hello, I don't own a business.
I've never talked about food in this. That says a lot when I say something like that. That says a lot. But yeah.
So that I said only God can, at the end of the message, and and he. First of all, I'm not a wealthy man. I have a low income and belong to the working class. So no, I'm not a rich, and it's not my goal to be either. And how did you guys find me at the beginning? I didn't get any answer on that. But what I got for a reply, the Illuminati believes that a person who is unwise with a few will do worse with a lot. We'll entrust you with several million if you entrust us with a little. To go.
Hey, you know what that sounds like? You know what that sounds like? It sounds like that shape. It sounds like that shape. What's that shape? You know, it's in the shape of a pyramid.
Yeah. To gauge
I'm just kidding.
your commitment to our order. The Illuminati is an organization that does not kill, steal, and destroys, but we build lives to ensure that people who live in this world are blessed and are living fine. We ensure the safety of individuals. Well, I'm not interested in to join, and I have no interest in to get rich either. We're not wishing you failure or trying disappoint you. No, we are here for you to protect you and your family, loved ones. This is a life-changing opportunity for you and your family, loved ones. I was sent to you from the Illuminati Temple Lodge to enlighten you about the New World Order. You were selected and chosen to be part of the organization. The New World Order will ensure that you are separated from the minions of society and introduce you to an enlightened and illuminated society without brainwashing, without control, and with power. The Illuminati uses their mind control techniques to manage popular music. It manages our water supply and its fluoridation process, making non-illuminated members weak and powerless. World news and what news the general public has exposure to are also the doings of the Illuminati. And I replied to him and said, and I'm very familiar with the New World Order, but I don't want to join. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in the Illuminati. And he got a reply, this is a lifetime reward for you. You're right to accept the lifetime reward. It's for you. That's why I'm here reaching it here to you hear, the path to enlightenment is not difficult, but it will not come to those who do not wish to find it. Your path to enlightenment requires resolute effort. Where the true effort is made, the true reward is given. And I replied, only God can enlighten you, in my opinion. And I didn't heard anything from him after that.
No, I didn't even know what. I didn't even know Bob was here. Like listening to you like
Hey,
for
Bob.
5 minutes. Where'd Bob come from? You didn't
I've
even
got a
say anything.
scammer on Skype right now. One of them just hit me up just right after you guys. I entered the chat here. Yeah, she's a half Ghanese and half British, and she lives in London. Yeah, so
Okay.
yeah, so let's see. She's asking, what do you do for work? And I started right off, usually with these scammers, that I live alone. I've had a stroke, and it's perfect bait for them but this one's kind of slow. I don't know. She's not answering. Yeah. I've actually gotten a couple of these guys on webcam. One of them, I teased her for day after day, and it was 2 different women. They were like in a call center. All right. So this one is slow. I don't know where this one's at now. Not answering. Probably shift change or something,
Probably.
5 days I held one of them up. Another one was 3 days, and then she came back for a day or 2 again, and then gone. But I noticed a tendency. Okay, I'm on her live right now. I'm gonna type in, do you use US dollars where you live? ? Usually if I type in money or dollars, bam, there's an operator right there,
I'm listening. I'm right here. Now. Say more. Give me more to work with, please.
I guess it must be shift change or something. Because I remember I got one of them on webcam, and she was definitely in a call center. She wasn't at a cubicle, but it looks like she stepped away with a background behind her. But yeah, these are call centers, and one of them was in. I think most of them are in Ghana that are on Skype. Yeah. They love to hear it when you live alone, that you're mentally handicapped, and especially if you say USA, man, they want those US dollars. Those are recognizable internationally, recognizable currency internationally. They want them dollars, man. But
yeah. You get a lot of those scammers on Skype, my friend.
Yeah, it's a free program. That's why they don't have to pay anything.
Yeah.
Now on Skype, I have talked to, for long term, some good people on there. Honest, good people. But,
I mean, I've used Skype before. I'm familiar with it.
Hey, Tammy. Yeah, it's true, Tammy. What I do is I tie them up. I keep them busy for day after day after day.
Yeah. Here's this pot of gold, but what they don't know, it's just cold.
Oh, Sandra is back with me now. Okay, since I typed in, I asked the question, do you use US dollars there? Okay. I love cats. Yes, we use US dollars here. I told you, as soon as you say money or dollars, bam, they put an operator right on it, man. Let's see. This one seems to be, it's
I
probably
agree, couldn.
probably shift change,
Yeah, probably.
I don't know.
Lord.
I don't know what time it is in Ghana, Africa, but okay, yeah, we're having a conversation now. Yeah, okay, yeah. She says they use. Yeah, okay, good to know that. And okay, I told her that I have a cat. Do you have a cat also? Gonna make a little small talk move, day after day. I can imagine their supervisors probably get irate with them. You've been talking to this guy for 3 days
And you get nothing from it.
nothing.
And you don't get a zip from it.
What do you want to keep this job or what? Yeah, they what they'll do is they'll send you like a link to click on.
Yeah.
A couple of them so far have said, because I ask, do you have a webcam or pictures? Sometimes they'll send pictures, sometimes they won't. But a webcam, they insist that you send them air time. Just click on the link to buy me air time. And
Yeah.
that's when I go, air is free.
Yeah.
And they get so frustrated because I won't click on the link,
Or you can say, no, the link doesn't work.
That's a good one. I haven't tried that one yet. Yeah.
I clicked the link, but it doesn't work.
Yeah. I think next time I'll try that, and I'll send you air in a canning jar through the mail.
Just send a balloon.
Yeah, just send a balloon. There you go. That's a good
Sorry,
one.
it got
I like that one. She's in
and just blow it up and just pop it.
Yeah, probably a needle.
Let's see. Let's see. Do you have a pic I can see? Okay. Yeah, she's in conversation with me right now. We're talking about cats now. I'll put this down as a watermark when you had your Saturday live shadow. This is when I started talking with this one. Yeah. I'll send you a balloon. That's a good one. It's just a matter of time that they seem the Ghananese, will send you a link to, they'll make it easy for you. Just click on the link. Yeah, come on, just click on the link.
And the next link they always send you a new link. So
yes.
when you get the new link, you can say, my software don't approve this link.
Yeah.
I can't open it. Oh Lord.
Yeah, Tofu. I keep them going, man. Because I wait. Okay. Here we go. I'm gonna. Okay. Wait. It is time for me to take my stroke medication. It is hard for me to open the pill bottle. alone. I always tell them I've had a stroke. I live alone, but I do have a pension. You know.
Good point. Good point, Tammy.
Never ignore the alarms. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Lord. You're driving them nuts.
Yeah, you bet, man. But as soon as I said dollars, bam, operator was right back there. Boom, you know, within a minute or two. Okay. I get confused sometimes, but I do have a good pension from my work. There we go. Okay. Yeah. That usually like sets the hook.
Do you work US dollars or Hong Kong dollar, Australian dollar, or cat dollar?
Yeah. I'll lead them in. And then I'll go in. Wow, really? You're you whatever they'll make up something like an orphanage or something, and then I'll go. I can't find my shoes. I can't find my cat. I can't get this pill bottle open. I'm gonna call my daughter. She comes over and helps me.
Oh no, I forgot her number.
That's a good one. Yeah.
But where's my phone?
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, this one's not responding. They probably got a whole list of Skype addresses to call every day. I would guess.
Well, it's just like anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
All those numbers eventually, it's just like a phone number, right? You can just go through the whole list.
I'm sure it's like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. It's this big inventory of numbers. Okay, try the next one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
maybe you should try the next one.
The supervisor, the accountants, and so. Hey, now you're talking to that same person for 3 days. Change person.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Try again.
I remember one of them. I held her up for hours and hours, and she said, "Wait for me. I'm going to go home now." And she actually went as far as maybe she did. I don't know. She I think she went home and she was still talking to me. So yeah. Yeah, those scammer calls, the ones on my cell phone, they're pretty smart technology, because it all says like Kelso, Washington, Tacoma, Washington, Monroe, Washington, but
local area code.
Exactly. Yeah,
But
they're
like
smart.
I said, caller ID can be spoofed.
Yeah,
you can see your own number. I know this.
Mm-hmm.
I know this. So, right. Generally, it's pretty good, but remember, it can be spoofed. You can actually see a number that you would think is legit.
Yeah, this one's on neutral. Looks like he or she is not there anymore.
So come back. Now what do I do today? I still can't find my cat though. It's like, what? Bob has a cat since when? I don't know.
Yeah, let me see. Let's see. Yeah, this one's went to neutral. She's probably talking to another potential. You know, they must get money by doing this stuff, or else they wouldn't do it. They'd switch off and go somewhere else. So they must be getting money out of people somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, they must get some money from people. And I agree. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it or keep doing it.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Where do you live? Yeah, she's back with me. Yesterday, she actually contacted me briefly yesterday and said she lives in half Ghananese and half British, and she lives in London. Let's see if she remembers that or not. So we'll see.
Yeah. Did they even know their own language?
That's probably another call center agent, you know. Oh yeah, okay. You've forgotten what I said. Okay. Yes, I forgot already. Yeah, this is tedious stuff. Just tedious. And just something about it. I don't know. Okay, here we go. How old are you? All right, here we go. All right. Since they know stuff like Social Security and all that. If you retire at 65, you get pretty much full Social Security benefits, as far as I know. I'm gonna say what, 67. There we go. That's okay. Yeah, this is tedious stuff. It takes time. But
yeah, it does.
You know, the winter time when there's not much to do outside, why not? You know.
Same thing when I get calls about settling back taxes or credit card debt or student loans. Yeah.
Oh, who was that? Was that Tammy, or is that Kaylin that
Kaylin.
was a kid who said she could she qualifies for the Camp Lejeune?
Yeah, that was Kaylin. She get text messages. That's it. She's
here we go.
Qualified for Camp Lejeune.
Okay, here we go. She sent me a picture of a white lady with a very low-cut shirt, blonde hair. Okay. I am Sandra, single with no kids, 30 years old, never been married, no boyfriend. I recently completed my nursing education in Ghana. Can I see a picture of you too? Oh, wow.
Well, why don't you put your cat picture instead of yourself?
I haven't thought of that. Yeah.
Oh, this is me.
I found my cat.
They always got to put some cleavage in somewhere, you know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, I think with the D sometimes, but not with you, honey. Oh, okay. This one say, yeah, that we're a perfect match. She and I are a perfect match. Yeah.
I don't think so. She will probably be very disappointed.
Well, let me see if I can send her a picture. Let me see. I was out doing some gardening yesterday, sent some pictures to Mrs., so maybe I can send her some pictures of. No, it's a partial face. Here we go. I'll send her a picture of a partial face.
Yeah, just show the nose, so she knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a picture of my gray hair. There we go. Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, what the hell? I'm sorry, but I okay, now she knows that I have had a stroke, that I live alone. She knows that because I tell them, all of them, that I'm a senior citizen and I'm handicapped, and they still come after me for money. So I have no mercy for these people. It's not like they're
Thank you, Hendo.
Yeah. Maybe I should send them a picture of Joe Biden or something.
Yeah, you could. Oh, this is me.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna get a coffee.
Yeah, go and get some coffee. Oh Lord. I left my bed off Bob, and he's way too. I have also gotten calls about home repair, wanting me to let them do some work. I told them my landlord would not appreciate that. Well, that is a good idea. The landlord hired the companies he usually do and use if he needs to. I get all the 4-star generals wanting to be my Facebook friends. Yeah, no. Or I ask them what they can do for apartments. Good question. Yeah, I bet they do. They're probably looking for houses, not apartments. But I got a new book, by the way. I'm going to show you that.
Oh yeah, here we go. Here's a couple more pictures. Always low cut with the big old boobs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now she's asking if I own my own home. Okay, yeah. And of course we're a perfect match. You know, she's 30 years old, single, no kids and all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I don't know where they get these pictures. They probably take them off of Google or something.
Probably.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a new book, by the way.
What'd you get? Self-sufficiency. Yeah. Right on, man.
Yeah, the complete book of self-sufficiency. John Seymour.
Right.
I got this for Christmas, so I'm gonna make a video on this one.
Oh, you should. Yeah.
The classic guide for realists and dreamers. And it's the new edition of it, so it has a lot of interesting chapters in this book, actually. I have not read it yet, but I will.
I learned a lot about self-sufficiency from my dad and my grandfather, you know, because back in their times, that's you had to make do with what you had, you know.
Yeah. And this book has a chapter about crafts and skills, dyeing and weaving, for an example, knots and rope work, and how to build things, and what tools you need. Like,
nice, very nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's a really nice book. And food from garden, fruits. And it mentions about herbs, veggies, seeds, protecting from pests.
Okay. Oh, that's handy.
Yeah, sowing and planting.
Mm-hmm.
And I have nice pictures about the deep bed.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's awesome pictures in it. So.
Oh, Kaylin, I told this scammer here that I own my own home. It's paid for. Oh, now the reply was, well, okay, you should have one partner. Well, here's something that I'm doing recently with my spare time is I get you guys know I'm the king of secondhand stores.
Yeah.
And one thing I'm doing is I'm tearing the threads out of some of this junk fabric that I get, and I'm making this colorful threads for birds.
Yeah.
And I'll figure a way for this. What I'm trying to do is get more birds to nest and raise their young nearby my home. So if I provide them with stuff to build nests, I'm hoping that they'll hang out here. And it worked at the last house I had. I could hide some of the stuff, and the birds would come by and pick it up and build their nest with it. And they really did knock down the mosquito population quite a bit just by doing that. But that's one of the things I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
I'll sit here and watch something on Netflix or whatever, and I'm pulling the threads out of this junky fabric like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work to do that.
It is, but it's
time consuming.
Yeah, well, that's a retiree's project, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. You need to have some time to do it. Oh, itchy back.
Yeah. Yeah, self-reliance. That's why. Well, you guys know me pretty well, and that's why I'm all about tools. And well, like the other day, my some of my machine tools are getting a little bit rusty, so I went over them and with some 3-in-1 oil and lubricated everything.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to do it.
Okay, I just told the scammer, because she sent me 2 more sexy pictures, and I wish I had a woman to help me when I need sex, and bang, she answered immediately, just that quick, Marry someone you love, she can help you. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Okay, Okay, I replied, yes, I need sex. I won't go into anything too naughty here, but I've noticed with these scammers is dollars, money, living alone, pension, all that, and they just, man, I'll almost guarantee you I'm going to tie this one up for at least a couple of days, maybe 3 or 4 days. This one contacted me last night, but just then evaporated, and now this one's right back. It's morning time here in the US, and they know what time it is.
Yeah. It is pretty amazing that I can find you on Skype like that.
Yeah, but I'll bet they've got some. They probably buy a list of Skype names from someone who knows how to do this stuff. They probably purchase a list of Skype IDs and then start going down the list.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds logic.
Mm-hmm. Because I think that's how they do it with the telephone numbers. There's people out there who compile phone lists, and they purchase the phone lists from someone like that, and then they run with it.
Yeah, and I get a lot of phone calls from UK. Oh, huh?
Really?
Yeah, from UK and other countries too. But I just hang up on them, and I don't answer.
I don't either.
Just hang up.
Yeah, the same here.
And I block them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's annoying because when I hang up on them, they call up. 2 seconds later, they call me up again, and I hang up. That is really annoying, especially if you're at work and you don't have time to use your private phone. So That's annoying when it, especially when you're driving and the phone is ringing and you see, oh, a UK number.
Uh-huh.
What?
Yeah.
Not important.
Most of my phone numbers are Washington State specific. Most of them, but they're like I was mentioning earlier that they're like Kelso, Washington.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody in Kelso. I've never. There's when I first got those those Washington specific numbers. I wouldn't answer the phone, but I would look it up and on Google, and there was already people listing that these are scammer phone numbers. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I didn't miss much.
Oh, this one already forgot her script. Okay. Okay. Here we go. I said something kind of inappropriate to her. I need a woman around. I won't go into that, but okay. So why don't you marry or find a partner? I am also looking forward to relocating to any developed country when I find a partner. See, yesterday when she first pinged me, she said she lives in London.
Yeah.
So she's already forgot that she told me that she lives in London. I'm pretty sure London is in a developed country.
Yeah. Definitely. I'm pretty sure of that too.
Yeah, me too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Shadow, you were showing this book earlier. I missed that. I missed the book. I think isn't there a book? I thought I saw a glimpse of it. Oh, self-sufficiency. Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, isn't that John Seymour makes the? No, that's not the same person that makes the SSA. No, that's not the same person, is it? No. Anyway.
And this is a best-selling book too.
Right.
The best classic guide to living a more sustainable way of life from one of the fathers of the self-sufficiency movement.
Right on.
There's a lot of knowledge in there.
Yeah. It says, for more than 40 years, John Seymour has inspired thousands to make more responsible, eco-friendly life choices. His much-loved manifesto for living the good life, the new complete book of self-sufficiency, covers everything you need to know to go off-grid, how to chop wood, grow your own produce, brew beer, make cheese, and even raise butcher livestock.
I think
that sounds like a good book.
Does it say how to make butter in there also?
I don't know, but probably.
Because both my parents were born before the Great Depression, and both of them mentioned making butter. Same with my grandparents. That was a duty that the whole family shared. You ever seen those old butter churns? It was like a barrel, and with a plunger. Yeah, that's all of my parents and my grandparents both had mentioned about the boredom of making butter. Everyone would switch off.
Can you do it?
Butter, it mentions butter, but I don't know if it says how to make butter. And it mentions ghee too, so 291.
Ghee? What's ghee? I've never heard of that before.
You never heard of ghee?
Ghee? No.
GHEE.
Yeah.
It's you take unsalted butter and you boil it slowly for 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So you take away the water from the butter, basically.
Yeah.
And you filtrate the water, the butter into a jar, and you have ghee.
Oh, okay.
Almost like making a concentrate.
Yeah,
Clarifying
ghee
it.
is a clarified butter, basically,
Yeah.
and the shelf life for it is years.
Oh, okay. I've never heard of that before. Ghee, okay. So I take it you would use it like a cooking oil or something like that, or flavoring, or that would be interesting to know how to do that. But you got to start off. Now, this was the days when my parents and grandparents did that, when they would go out and milk the cows, hand milk, and it was all whole milk that came directly from the cow into the house. Some was drank that day, some they would make it into butter, because you got to milk a cow every day.
Yeah.
Mhm. So I guess those glass jars and containers would come in handy.
Yeah, I suppose they would.
Yeah, actually, it says making butter and cream.
Nice. There you go. Now that's something I'd be interested in knowing how to do, but
See the
for me,
process with your own eyes.
right. For me, I would probably, if I was serious about it, I'd probably see if there's some kind of electric system I could use rather than do it by hand.
But once you see that procedure, you'd be like, oh,
Mhm.
maybe it's not as hard as it seems. Well, it's just like anything. When you learn something new, right? There's always that
Yeah.
learning curve.
There is. Yeah, that's something good to
Right.
know.
But
This butter,
once you do it, you'll be like, whoa, this is easier than it looks, right?
butter is used pretty frequently in the home. If you could get some raw whole milk and make your own, that's not full of chemicals and whatever else like it is now, I suppose.
Well, yeah, where you can source it out and be like, it's reliable enough. It's like once every month, okay, right? Then you got something. You're just converting it into something that you can use in the long term or store for a while. Well, Bob, it's just like you and that fertilizer, right? It's like you're doing it in a certain way where you can keep it around for a little bit during the wintertime when.
Oh yeah, it's
like for me, I have stuff I have to keep around during the wintertime until it's ready because I don't have access to the ground.
Yeah,
it just covers with snow. So
I've got some cardboard boxes full of it, and I made some more of it yesterday. I got some leaves, coffee grounds, and then paper, and I ground it all up together. And then sometime today, I'll mix it with the topsoil that I got in the bag, and I just put it in Amazon boxes and leave the lid open and let it dry out. And that's my self-sufficiency.
I mean, like, look, these are eggs I'm gonna be reusing. I just have to crumple them down.
Yeah. See if you could, if you can do it, CR stuff like that. You could do like I do. Go get a decent blender, a cheap one.
Oh, I've already done that. I'm just doing it in a non-electric way, personally. As a challenge. I know you could. I know it's obviously, but I'm trying to see, can I even do this without any electricity? Because that means I could sustain that for quite a bit of time, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's say if I'm doing a bulk amount or whatever, that's different, right? But if I'm just doing it in time, like once every day or whatever, right? It's a little bit. So, like, I know I can use a grinder. I've done that before.
Certainly.
Okay, but I'd rather have like if I'm doing a large amount, right, then maybe.
Yeah, when I first started experimenting with paper, I had bought one of those old manual meat grinders to experiment with, but that's pretty messy and labor intensive. So I wound up 86 in the meat grinder and went to blenders, electric blenders. Because you guys, you've been watching my channel for a while, and I've handmade fire starters out of that same paper, and now I'm into making fertilizer since I can start growing a garden.
Now yeah. I mean, I've been doing this kind of stuff for like the last 3-4 years now, right? And I've noticed it's just like as I do it, it's just like I actually have a supply before spring.
In the private chat, I put a link to how to make ghee.
Okay.
Oh,
hey,
nice.
Can you send me that through Instagram?
Yeah,
Going to
sure.
be. It's just, or else I would have to leave the chat, and then I'll forget about it. I'll leave without getting it. I'll be like, ah. But yeah, Bob. Yeah, keep doing that because I've noticed benefits. I'm starting to notice the benefits. It's a slower release because it's a solid state, but I mean, in time it starts to add into the soil. It starts to break down and become available for the plants, right? Because you're feeding the soil to feed the plants.
Correct. Right after we first moved here, I pulverized a bunch of cardboard boxes, moving boxes, turned it into a liquid more or less, poured it out all over the backyard, and that stuff now has got now that it seems like it's warming up a bit, and the night crawlers usually go way down in the soil during the winter. Now they're coming up and they're eating all of that stuff, and grass is starting to pop through it, and it's starting to it's dissolving. It's like I made a video about how I took all my old divorce paperworks and pulverized it and spread that out.
At least you reused it in a good way.
In a good way, yeah. And all those divorce papers are almost completely gone now. They just already with the winter rain, and it's just gone.
Well, yeah. Even here, when the freeze and thaw cycles here in Canada, it'll like paper or whatever, it'll expand it. Then when it freezes, it'll expand it, and then it'll go back and forth. And then eventually it starts to break it.
Yeah, you look at it this way: that how many newspapers do you see laying alongside the road from 1965? They're gone.
I can't even see anything from 1960 there. Yeah.
And paper and cardboard are made out of trees, and it comes in the mailbox for free every day. So use it.
Yeah, reuse that junk mail.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, make it into something useful for my garden.
Well, it's just like reusing the glass jars. Well, I know I keep coming back to it because, well, yeah, right.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they had to cut the costs and all that stuff, so that's why we don't see glass much.
Well, growing up, we canned our own food, and in those times, my parents and grandparents used like planter peanut jars, mayonnaise jars. All kinds of stuff, as long as it would fit a lid on it so they could can it. They reused the glass, and it was heck. I don't know. Maybe it's thicker back then, perhaps, but it was perfectly usable. In fact, I think
Kaylin's asking you if you use a paper shredder, could you use that to shred the paper?
Oh,
yes. Assume you could.
Oh yes. In fact, I had. We have a confetti shredder by my wife's desk, and I took some of that stuff out and threw it in the grass the other day and let it sit there. And then yesterday, after it rained, I went over and stepped on some of it to push it down so the earthworms can grab it and eat it.
That increases the surface area.
Yeah.
For it to get attacked. Well, I should say eat.
I've noticed some different areas in the grass where there's more nightcrawler activity. You can see where the leaves will start getting grabbed by the nightcrawlers as they eat it, and it kind of sticks up like that. And I find those areas, and I put some of that shredded paper right on top of it, and then came back later and stepped on it.
Yeah.
feed them.
I mean,
and
usually when I add the stuff in, I just usually just broadcast it out. I just spread it out throughout the whole bed, so
sure.
it's more evenly distributed throughout the bed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, like a banana's not concentrated; it's spread out throughout the whole bed. It's fragmented out. Well, because also the smaller the pieces are, the more it exposes to the microbes and stuff. It's just like in fire
Exactly.
starting, you increase the surface area, it burns it faster.
Mm-hmm. Burns faster, you bet.
Right. So in that same reason, I spread it out. I increase the surface area as much as I can. You know, you could use a grinder or a blender or whatever, right? You could do it manually too.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I'm showing how to manually grind eggshells with just a simple piece with glass too. Oh, look at that! It comes back to glass again. Right now, round glass container makes a pretty good thing to break eggshells with, because you just grind it like a rolling pin.
Yeah.
So you just regather the pieces and just grind it like a rolling pin.
Uh-huh.
Well, because you can press down on it, right? And it just gets smaller and smaller, and eventually you get powder out of it.
Yeah, that's
And
what
I just broadcast that out, right? I just spread it out throughout the whole ground.
Smart. Yeah.
Well,
No,
because can I just add something real quick?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because it's colder here, composting, like hot composting needs like a certain amount of area, right? And it's easier in the spring and the summer. I can't do that here in the winter, and I don't have enough stuff to make it big. So I have to do it my own way.
Yeah,
because I don't want to just keep it on the surface, right? Because I'll still see it in the spring, right? And I can't store it in certain places because it's still wet. It would produce a smell over time, right?
Yeah.
So I can't keep it around here. Oh, because you said you've been using dry stuff too.
Well, yeah,
dry stuff doesn't give off smell so much.
Yeah, once it's dried out, the smell goes away. But I've ran into the same situation. I took a half a dozen moving boxes and filled them up with paper, leaves, all that, and then that was fine. But over the winter, it froze solid. So I'm in the same situation as you are. If I had compost, I would have to have boxes like we did when I was growing up, where it's on the ground and then start in the spring and all that, and make it its own heat. But
because you need enough of it. I think they say like a meter by meter or like 3 feet by 3 feet, right? I'm like, I don't quite have enough to, right? Because it needs enough mass in there to, where the center stays warm enough and it just liberates the heat, right, and all that stuff. So I don't quite have that. I can't do it that way, so I have to do it another way, right? I gotta find another way to break it down. I'm just giving Mother Nature a little help, right? It's like a grinder or whatever. You're shredding it or whatever. You're just giving Mother Nature a little boost, right, in the time. So it takes less time. It takes a little bit to break this down, right? Even in the fine particles, right?
Yeah.
So, but this is why I've been doing it for a while. So now I'm just building upon those things, right? Because let's say last year at this time, whatever I put down it's probably broken down pretty much, right? So now it's going to be used for this season, and whatever I'm adding for this season in terms of into the ground will be for next year and so forth. So I'm just basically building upon it. Increase that soil amount that I have and stuff like that. Bluff and all that stuff. Well, because I got clay here, right? So I gotta amend the soil.
The
water tends to sit, right? It doesn't drain all the way down. So, because if I dig down like a good 2-3 feet, I'll start hitting clay right away. So.
Yeah, Kaylin, if you can hang on for a second, I'll show you what I experimented with one of my house plants, because she's saying she doesn't have a yard to experiment.
Yeah, she only has a patio, north-facing side patio.
I'll be right back, Kaylin.
All right. So it's quite difficult to grow stuff on a non-self-facing side.
Yeah, especially if you live in an apartment.
Right. Yeah, you can supplement lights in, but that's power too, right? So you're going to be able to generate that and keep that going. and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I'm very fortunate to have some self-facing sun. So that's why I'm trying to be like, maybe I should try to grow more. I have a little bit of room. I do have self-facing sun, so
Yeah.
right. I just have to get her out the water.
Yeah.
Right. That's usually my deal breaker is the water. Like even with the sunflowers that I grew, I actually had to put quite a bit of water. I mean, they have heat tolerances, but and stuff like that. But no water is still no water for them. Yeah.
Yeah, and Bob is back.
Oh, Bob's back. Okay. I want to see this. I mean, yeah.
Okay, this is paper. This is what I started experimenting with, is on my own house plants. And I used the pulverized paper and I put it in around I didn't repot the plant, but I took and kind of put my fingers down into the soil and pushed that powdered paper down around the plant, and then worked my way out until I covered the surface with this pulverized paper. And, it actually worked pretty well, because I gave this plant a haircut, and then I followed on with this paper, and the thing just greened up, and it started growing like this leaf. There's
almost
one
like
leaf,
a mulch, right?
right?
It's almost
right.
like mulch.
Yeah, this leaf
mulch does help.
This came up right away. This little plant, this little leaf right here grew after I did that, and this stuff helps to hold water in. So you could even do that
that's
if you.
important.
In fact,
especially in heat-prone areas, drought-prone areas, mulch is important. I mean,
you bet.
I was mentioning earlier with my tomatoes that I had for the 2021. What's it? Yeah, the 2021 season, right? That during the heat dome that we had here in Canada, I actually had I mulched the tomatoes heavily, right? That's why I think I did so well. Like even in the afternoon, I feel underneath the mulch, it's still wet, even though it's like 95, 35 Celsius out. It's 95, right? It's quite, because even if it's above that certain temperature that they say that for tomato it's 80 Fahrenheit. Well, you know what? I have mulch, right? So the soil's not drying out. There's still some moisture that it can pull to the leaves and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, it is. To hold the water in, especially if you live like Arizona, Nevada, well, anywhere really. In fact, this thing's getting light. I've got to water it again. Got to take them both out, water them. But
because remember, the soil, generally speaking, soil is a darker color. So sunlight, when it heats it up, it starts to evaporate because it's a darker surface compared to snow, grass, right?
Yeah.
Still, it tends to be darker. So it starts to dry off at the top, and then the moisture starts to wick up. So you want to hold that moisture next to the plant. Right.
Yeah, this all kind of goes along with like that book that Shadow picked up, How to Be Self-Reliant. Simple stuff like this can help you out in the long term. I think it can,
Especially plants that are like, like tomatoes. I'm like, as soon as I was like, oh, I'm so glad I did this. Because I didn't even notice anything during the heat though. I had some water, but I didn't have to add a lot. Or it seemed like that, right? Because it's just like, I had some like right really early in the morning during the summer, like let's say 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, right? Even by the time 2, 3 o'clock runs around, underneath the mulch still moist, right? So that means it's holding the water into the ground more. So the plant needs it, it's there. It's not just evaporating away. Stuff like that. So
eggshells. I wonder because Mrs. usually makes me eggs for breakfast, so I've got those available. So how exactly you do it manually? You
I
let 'em-
could do
let
it
'em-
manually, probably. I mean, obviously, if you're doing like a whole car, and that's one thing. But I mean, like,
Yeah.
right. But if you're just doing it a day-to-day thing or whatever, I mean, like, I probably could have did it in the time that I just spoke this sentence. All right, I could do it pretty quickly. I showed it on the channel. Showed it here. So it was just a way
Okay.
of doing it without power, right? If the grid was
Mm.
down or whatever, I could still do it. And glass.
Sure.
There's bound to be a round glass bottle somewhere.
Mhm.
Somewhere, right? A beer bottle doesn't matter. It just has to be round. Because they're just rolling it like a rolling pin, right? So as long as it's
Hey,
round, it's
Marty
good.
and Jamie, good to see you.
Something square or whatever won't work. But I mean,
I got
because
it. Yeah.
basically you're just rolling it and pressing it down, and basically it makes the eggshell more like a powder over time. Because you keep gathering it together and just rolling it out. Because you keep breaking it, right? And it fragments into more surface area, and then basically next thing you have your powder. I could sprinkle that out throughout the whole garden bed and evenly spread that out. It'll probably break down within a little bit faster because it's not a whole eggshell. It's just
How long does it take those eggshells to dry out?
well, it depends. I mean, because the eggshells, you got to remember if you're doing it from a raw state, let's say from you made sunny side up or scramble, right? It has egg yolk inside. You don't want to introduce E. coli or anything in there because it's still raw, right? So sometimes people would just clean that out real quick, right? Like right after you break the eggshell, to do it real quick, right? All right, and just let that dry out. I know some people have baked them or whatever. I just let them dry out.
Just let them dry out. Okay, that's yeah.
That way, yeah. Because once it's in a dry state, then it'll crumble like nothing. Because you'll be able to crumble it. It'll just crumble into dust. I mean, that's how I do it. But I mean, some people use a vinegar-based thing to like extract the calcium out, right? Because the calcium that's in the eggshell isn't supposed to be available to the plant right away. It would have to break it down some more. All right, it would have to go through like earthworms or whatever and get broken down. Then the calcium could be available. But some things I've heard, okay. Some things I've heard. I've looked at some of the permaculture videos out there and some of the other stuff. So I've been hearing about it.
Say, Tammy, have you had any problems with raccoons, like smelling the eggshells and coming and digging around looking for those? Or because I know they love eggs. Oh my God, they will do anything to get eggs.
Yeah, and that's what I agree with Tammy. Yeah. I just usually just let it dry out. It's just so when I'm handling it, right? It's not, that egg yolk consistency. Because I can't. Well, because you don't want to blend that up anyways, right? Probably because it'll stick together too much. It won't really break apart.
Tammy says not when I grind them to powder and spray
Yeah, see, that's another
all on
reason because
compost.
I think it's because it's so fragmented out, right? It just
disperse.
Like, yeah, it's just like the difference between having breadcrumbs and a whole slice of bread.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Especially if you spread it out, right? Because now it's gonna work really hard for it.
Yeah.
For a little piece of it, right? Then it's like, it's not even worth it, right?
Well,
it's just like looking at a crumb on a plate. You're like, whatever, right? Because it's such a small piece.
Well, I could probably kind of rinse them out, let them dry, and add that to the coffee grounds and the paper.
Once it's dried out, and I find it works. It's so much easier to work with.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've heard about this wet stuff, like with and stuff like that. The reason I tend not to do that is because, like, if I added too much of a gulp of it, air can't get underneath into it anymore. And you want air too, right? Because you want air, the microbes, and water to break it down.
Yeah,
So,
everything.
Because it can't be
everything.
too moist, but it can't be too dry.
Hmm.
Because if I just took a blender full of that stuff and just put it on the top of the soil, nothing would probably grow through it. I would have to mix it because
Yeah.
it's too concentrated, which means it takes a lot longer for it to break down because it's a big piece. I think that's why I like to fragment it out and dry it out and shred it.
Yeah.
That way,
Yeah.
and then I could just spread it out, right? There's no heavy concentration of eggshell. It's spread out throughout the whole bed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'll look into that. See if I can, dig some eggshells out of the trash and experiment with that. Now, I'll ask Miss.
Experiment? Oh,
Yeah,
was that a pun?
experiment.
Oh yeah, we had to crack one. Come on, you guys do. He is experimenting after all, so I mean,
Experiment. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, and Tammy
Or
says
egg
banana
to
peels
eat.
too for potassium, bake them powder, and add to compost.
Yeah.
You bake it and then dry out the banana peels.
I usually the banana peels. I find it's easier if you just because usually you unpeel a banana peel. Everyone does it in the same way, right? What I usually do is I make little strips out of it and I cut it, but I don't. I keep it connected at the top and
Okay.
it just hang that because I've increased the surface area. It dries out faster, even without baking. Well, because you're increasing the surface area again, right? So, which means, let's say, if you're drying out in the sun or with heat, there's more surface area for the water to escape. So that's what I've been doing.
Forgive me for being a little distracted. I'm still online with that scammer.
Yeah.
All right. Because I think because people tend to not do it is because they don't want to smell, don't want to attract stuff, right? I get that, right? This is
Certainly,
why right? This is why I dry it out now and I just fragmented it out small pieces. Well, I mean, even Tammy says about when it's really small, right? They tend not to go for it, right? Because it's a small piece, right? They got to work so hard just to get this small little piece. So, and it's like everywhere, right? But it's very small piece. They have to gather it up, right? It takes time.
Yeah, that's
versus let's say like a whole peanut, for example. A whole peanut's so much bigger compared to powdered eggshell, right? That's spread out everywhere.
True. Yeah, the Laura from Hedgehog Homestead suggested that I put food in with my compost. And I live in the suburbs, and there are so many raccoons here, man. If I put any kind of food in there, they would tear it to pieces to get at it,
Well, yeah, because the compost pile also takes time for it to generate that, right? In the meantime, it can attract stuff into it, right?
Yeah.
So, well, Bob, well, unfortunately, it's an expensive unit. They have these food recyclers. They basically it dries it out and grinds it, but they're expensive. They're definitely expensive, like hundreds and hundreds of dollars expensive.
Oh, I saw something like that advertised on YouTube, kitchen counter composter or something.
There's many of them, the brands and stuff like that, right?
Okay.
I just wanted to see how good the concept is, right? So I'm doing it manually, right?
I get it.
I believe they do work for what they are. They may be more expensive. They have a carbon filter, HEPA filter, and all that stuff, right? And heats it up, then grinds it in, right, and stuff like that. So, but like I said, those are expensive for what they are. I mean, they're more expensive than a dehydrator, that's for sure.
Oh, okay.
And the long line are like several hundreds of dollars, $300, $400, $500, $600. I'm like, whoa,
that's how much those things cost? Ouch.
Yeah,
man,
they're expensive.
That's spendy, dude. Wow.
I know. Right. So I'm like, well, let's try this out in a manual way and see. In theory, how well does this work? If I actually did get one in time, right? Because you're just doing it in a manual process, right? Not in an
Yeah.
all-in-one unit that you just put in and wait 12 hours, whatever, later.
Well, that's a long. Yeah, I think using a secondhand blender or doing it manually like you do is really the way to go for at least with my income level. I haven't got $500 laying
I mean,
around.
yeah,
just for
you can drop
yeah.
the deal for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it only does that, right? Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost been thinking maybe a dehydrator and a simple blender would be better. One extra step or whatever, but you know, because they, like I said, it's probably for the machinery and you know the hardware and the HEPA filter and all this other stuff, right? Oh yeah, swap bucket or scrap bucket.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that too.
Yeah, that works.
Like for people that know, well, I know most of you know Howie, right? From food forest permaculture, right? Like even how I've shown Howie before the banana peels I have. Oh, Shadow, I've shown you the banana peels before too, right? So that's something I also have.
Well, just keep you guys informed about this scammer. I'm still online with this scammer,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm tying her up, you know, keeping her talking to an incompetent idiot that she's not going to get any money out of.
Hi, Vanessa.
Yeah, Vanessa has been in the house for a couple of minutes now.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the chat. I gotta engage with the chat too. I'm reading your guys' comments. I see. Yeah.
Yeah, I take like my coffee grounds, and if I don't mix it in with this compost mix, I'll just pour it right out on the grass in the backyard. You know.
Yeah, I'd say I just broadcast it. Once it's in dry, I just broadcast it out and just like, it's good. I don't have to worry about it. It's just like, all I know it's adding amendments to the soil, adding some structure, right? Especially in time, right? This is a long-term kind of thing. You don't see the benefits right that fast. Well, because it's not in a liquid state. You know, like a liquid type of fertilizer, for example, right? So. I mean, I have a whole container full of it right now. I'm just waiting. I've already added stuff in the fall time, so once the snow breaks away from the soil, right, I can add it in. So while the soil's warming up, right? Because I don't do it during the summer, because I have plants sitting on the top.
Okay, I'm sending this scammer some pictures of the inside of my house in the Philippines. Because, of course, she automatically has fallen in love with me and wants to move in with me. So just part of leading them on, keeping them tied down here. I'm still online with the same one.
And you're multitasking.
Oh, and she wants to see pictures. She wants to see pictures of my cars also. Yeah.
Hey, I can send you a picture of this car that I shot a picture of. She'll be like, "Whoa, you got this?" No, I'm just kidding.
She wants to see pictures outside, the outside of my house. All right.
Here's the top of the roof.
Here's the front porch light bulb. Yeah, just to be safe, I'll send her pictures of the house overseas rather than anything here in the States. Just
Yeah.
go ahead and track that house picture down. Let's go see what you can find. You know,
That would take a while before if she even managed to do it.
I don't know. I don't think they go that far in depth. They're just looking for money, man. They're
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's see here. Oh yeah. No, I definitely ain't gonna send any pictures of my house, you know. Not here anyway, for God's sakes. Yeah, if you want to track that house down in Mindanao and go wandering around trying to find me over there, good luck. Good luck, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
See,
Good
this is
luck
one of the
with
things
it.
I do. I just sprinkle it on top of the stove, but the snow's right on top of the garden bank, the soil, right? So as it melts, it'll melt down right into it, and it also helps melt the snow faster because now the surface gets darker.
Yeah.
As it melts.
What is that?
So,
what is
it's
that?
just coffee grounds.
Coffee
It's
grounds.
just
Okay.
coffee grounds.
Yeah.
Well, because I drink enough coffee, right?
Sure.
Well, it's just like if you think about like salting or sanding for traction or to melt, right? I'm just using something natural and something I seem to have, right? So that's all I do.
Yeah.
Because it's a warm day today, right? So if the sun hit that spot, it would have melted a little bit faster. And obviously, as spring comes along, it'll melt faster. And then next thing you know, it's just sitting on top of the soil. It's already leaching all that stuff out because the water, right? The water is getting melted. The snow's melting into the ground. So all the water's just coming down through it.
Yeah, it's kind of unusually warm outside at my place right now.
Well, it's warm out west. It's warm right now. We're in this kind of intermediate period right now. It's supposed to cool off, but that's not until next week. Till closer to the end of the month. Now, there's supposed to be this shift back to it again. Supposedly.
Yeah, I agree, King.
Oh, I got good news for everyone that's living out west. It's helping.
Okay.
It's happening out east. It's going to get colder out east and come out west eventually. It's coming the way that it's coming in. It's supposed to come in from the northeast side, then progress westward. Because usually it doesn't happen like that, but.
Well, let's see. I'm gonna see if I can send this scammer some more pictures here. Let's see. I'm still looking through all my files.
Oh, I see Kaylin's paying attention, or I see you can. She's tweeting that out.
Find a picture on Maserati or.
Oh no, wait here. Okay, I got one of my pictures with my car. One of my cars covered in snow, so I'll send that one. Okay. There we go.
It's like, I think I can make out a wheel.
Yeah, it doesn't show any license plate numbers on it though. That's for sure. That's one thing I won't do that. You know.
Well, that can be tied right back to a person.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's registered and all that stuff, right?
Exactly. Yeah, no pictures of any addresses or street names, no license plate numbers, nothing like that.
Yeah. Well, that's just like removing your name from a piece of paper due to identity theft. It's the same thing, right? You just give more or less in this case to work with.
You know, that's where I started learning how to do this stuff with the paper was because in our last house there were so many addicts that would go through our garbage, so I had to start removing my name and address and any banking information from the paper, and that's where all this stuff started. Yeah,
and giving people more to work with, right? If you give people less to work with, you probably won't be a target because it's not even worth it. They shred the stuff all the time. Let's go to the next house.
You bet.
Deal,
you
right?
bet.
Yeah.
Right. It's the harder
They
you make
will
something.
have very difficult to find anything. It's in your
if they do that, right? So, Bob, how much do you think you've put it into the ground now, or added at least to the top?
Oh, in the backyard. Gosh, I'm not sure, man. A lot of pulverized cardboard boxes. I mean,
usually
I
go by weight. I go by weight, right? Because if it's in dry, it'll weigh less anyways. But I don't usually go by volume because the volume can change. But the weight, like what it physically is there, right?
I would say
because I've had dry stuff that's like weighs like over a kilogram or two pounds, right? And it weighs that much. But I'm like, this is dry. There's very little moisture in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I can keep it around throughout the whole winter time until the spring again.
I'd say probably a couple 100 pounds of just cardboard boxes, but that's water weight too, because I put water in it when I grind it, and it softens it up so it doesn't tear up the
I understand
so much.
Yeah,
there's at least a couple 100 pounds.
Yeah, because when I've used the grinder with like dry stuff, you can actually see that it's actually burning it. Well, I wouldn't say burning it, but it's heating up just because the way it's spinning so fast in it now, right? I'm just like certain times I'm like, oh, I actually have to put some like coffee grounds in there to kind of reduce that a little because it warms up fast, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does with the friction spinning around. It warms it right up, man.
Yeah.
But I like I was mentioning,
like you open it, it's just like, is that steam? No, that's a little bit of smoke. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was mentioning to you that I took all the kind of the bare spots out in the backyard, and I started pouring that pulverized paper pulp on there, and that stuff's, like I mentioned earlier, the worms found it. They're starting to poke through it and eat it, and the grass is starting to grow underneath it. So
they start to pull it away too. Like the insects are helping you, right?
Mm-hmm. You bet.
I mean, the ants and all that stuff probably do something too. I mean,
everything.
I think in the permanent, everyone's always talking about the worms. Well, there's our insects and stuff in the soil, like ants and such, that probably do something too. You know what I mean? They're pulling pieces off it and moving it somewhere else and stuff like that. So.
Here was a second. I'm just talking to my scammer here. How long is I've been talking to the scammer now for a couple hours anyway. But yeah, nature is perfect. Nature doesn't make mistakes. Nature, if you put anything that's compostable out there, it just let mom nature take care of it, and it'll turn into fertilizer, as long as it's not plastic or something like that. Which
I mean, you're trying to avoid certain little things like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Technical things like that, as much as possible, right? As natural as possible, right?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. I mean, my buddy's like, why would I do that with coffee grounds? Or, right? I mean, I say, I mean, they're like, I think one of those other things, right? Oh, I don't want to attract pests. I'm like, I haven't even seen anything. It just sits there, or it's underneath the soil, and it's like, I don't see no squirrel trying to go for it or something like that. So.
Heading to Hanscom AFB near Boston. Monday, having my brother's tires replaced on his truck. Okay.
Yeah, but you guys inspired me to experiment with eggshells. Thank you for that, guys. I'll really look into that.
Oh, Bob,
Mhm.
there's something I should mention about the eggshells. Try not to grind. Try not to use a blender with only that in there, because what happens is, and I learned that,
Mhm.
is that it becomes so fine that the air can actually create, I shouldn't say smoke, but a mist of it, a cloud of
Yeah,
it. Yeah,
yeah.
because how it turns it up. So that's why I like to just manually do it now. Because as soon as you put eggshells in the blender and just open it up, you just see this little poof come out, because the way that
Mm-hmm.
it's turning, right? And it becomes so fine now
Yeah,
that it can
paper
be
does that
lifted up.
too.
Yeah, so that's why I'm just like, I like to like it. But if you mix like coffee grounds into that, then probably won't do that, because it'll mix well enough. It'll cause it to settle out.
Yeah, I've run into that CR when I'm grinding paper. When it's dry, I have to let the blender sit for a little while, and I'll tap the top of it so all that stuff falls back down inside of there, rather than open it up and just spoof.
Yeah.
Like, oh man. Yeah,
Yeah.
I suppose if I put the eggshells in there with some wet pieces of junk mail, would probably just bind it up into a nice paste, or we'll experiment. I'll see what I can come up with.
Like I said, I just use the eggshells dry in a dry state. It's just easier for me to put it anywhere I want, and I can spread it out. So it's not like a really thick layer. It's so thin, but it's just spread out, right? That means I'm like, have at it, right? Next thing I know, the garden bed is just like, something's coming. And I dig around in the garden. When I'm in the spring, I'm like, I don't even see any of it anymore, or I can't notice it, right? Which means that it's breaking down small enough, and it's just looking like soil. Like it just disappears, right?
Amending the soil, especially if you've got clay, you've got to do something with that, because
Yeah, all right.
yeah,
And just kind of mix it in there. So that's what I've been doing for a while now.
well, I've got some rhubarb plants.
Well, because another thing I was considering, and just in terms of preparedness, what happens? The grid's down. You don't. Let's say you're in a suburban whatever area for pickup for garbage or whatever, right? If they're not picking it up, your bin's just not where you're gonna start doing, right? So you're gonna put it somewhere. At least this food stuff, I can put it somewhere. You know what I mean?
I do. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that's along my type of thinking. Is if I have to get rid of my own garbage, say if you got a situation where emergency preparedness, this is part of it, is you've got to also regulate your garbage, because if you don't want people to see that you have a lot of food in the house.
Well, it will attract attention, right? It's just like,
correct.
How come the garbage bin's getting so full, right? I thought we were, right, or whatever, right? And just having a place to put it, anyways, right? I know even some places have, green scrap or a compost bin pickup or whatever, but still, I'm keeping it localized, right? It doesn't have to go somewhere to transform to compost or into soil. I'm doing it locally, and I know what's going into it. The coffee grounds that I had earlier in the morning, that orange peel that I had 2 weeks ago, and stuff like that. I know exactly what's going into it.
Yeah, my thing about being in the suburbs, if anything really drastic happens over a period of time, you want to make sure that people don't know that you've got food in the house. You want to look
resources and all kinds of stuff.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. Because in the suburbs, we're surrounded by thousands of people, and you never know who might be watching your place to see what you're throwing out.
Exactly right. That's why. Well, another reason is because from what I've seen and stuff like that, if someone gets into it, it gets into it. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not necessarily a raccoon or whatever, but because it's a concentrated area of, let's say, food scraps, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So animals will sense that. They might not be able to sense specifically what it is, but they know it smells like something like food, right? So maybe, grinding it up or adding it so it's dispersed throughout the whole soil, just kind of, they can't tell what it is. It's just like a little, you could smell it, but you don't know where it is. I smell that campfire. I don't know where it is, but someone's having one.
Yeah. What's this Nicole Ruiz? What's that all about? Looks like a bot or something.
No, she's just voicing to it. She usually talks about baseball. It's all cool.
Okay.
Yeah, she's been around for a while. But yeah. So. But yeah, Bob, that's why I've been doing this for like the last 4 years now. The same kind of, and I've just been adding, right? I'm hoping, I think I'm noticing it more and more. It seems like it. Because I think I didn't notice it the first year or two because I'm just starting it. But as time goes on, the stuff from the previous year starts to break down, adds to the next year, and it starts to build up, right? Progress, right? And next thing I know, I'm like, I think it's working. I think the plants are getting taller. I don't know for sure, but it sure seems like it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I'm thinking, yeah. Because obviously it's not like liquid fertilizer where you probably see it in that same season. Right. And, I know you and Kaylin and some other people don't like this stuff. So this is, and besides, you got to purchase that too, right? You got to purchase that. And stuff like that.
Bob, I put in a private chat a link to how to make homemade fertilizer for you.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go
and
check
consider
that out.
the ideas, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's so many things. There's teas, there's liquid, there's solid, there's dried up, right? So whatever. I just don't personally like liquid, but there's been because the liquid portions tend to be more soluble because they're already liquefied a little bit, right? Like are dissolved in. So.
Yeah, what I experimented with over in the Philippines was large water bottles, and I was putting anything from yard waste to banana peels to mango peels inside of it, and then that heat, oh man, it turns that stuff into a rancid smelling liquid mess, but it happens like overnight in that heat over there. And I poured the liquid on my plants, and you know what? They ate that stuff up. They really liked it.
Well, because it's probably some of it's water soluble now, available for plants to actually take in.
Yeah.
Because the plant, your tomato plant's not per se taking the calcium from the eggshell directly. It's indirectly through another process. So you just have to wait for that process. Then, looking at now, it can take it up. It's just like trying to, let's say, put a square shape into a round circle right now. I can't do that. I got to change it so it's round. Now I can do it. If that makes any sense.
Here we go. Yeah, I'm still talking to the scammer here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, liquid. Yeah, you can make your own liquid, but the problem with like you and I, we live in the north where it's not very, very warm. But if you live in a hot climate, man, gather up water bottles.
Well, yeah, because
anything
it would
in there
out fast enough. It would probably dry out fast enough.
Well, what I did was I put water in it and then shoved greenery and mango peels and things like that in the water and set it out in the sun, and man, it just boils that stuff.
well, like I said, you still need airflow in the soil, right? The microbe. Well, I should say like the bacteria would still need airflow. It needs the moisture too, but it needs the airflow. Because if you cut it off, then then it becomes stinky because it becomes anaerobic, right, and stuff like that. And because the thing about like when it's a because you don't want to like paper mache sitting at the top, right? Because the water it'll take a while for water to go through and air can't penetrate it. So that's why I like to spread it out and stuff like that. So air can still get in, but water can still get in, and then next thing you know, it's breaking it down, and the soil smells like soil. It smells earthy, right?
Okay, Tammy. Take care. Stay safe, and God
All
bless.
right.
Take care. Take care,
Later,
RC.
Tammy.
But yeah, Bob, I usually now I've been doing it. Usually, my base would be like coffee grounds, some eggshells, and all that stuff, right? Then I add on top of it. Just kind of broadcast it out.
Yeah. Oh, guys, I'm going to bounce down. Mrs. made me some breakfast. It's on the kitchen counter. I'll go warm it up and have a
Take
bite.
care, Bob.
All right. Peace out, you guys. Keep experimenting. Thanks for the suggestion about the pulverized eggshells. I'll look into that. So, peace, guys. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah. Take care. Stay safe, and God bless. Do you want the link to CR?
I was about to say, see, that's eggshell right there. I just have it in a container.
Yeah.
Let me open it up. So yeah, it's not ground down that far, but you'll see. Because as soon as you break it, it starts to want to suspend in the air. I noticed that with that kind of stuff. So
I think I put the link in the chat too. And I'm going to put the other link
yes, I have a bunch of stuff all over the place.
on how to make the ghee.
I've been cleaning up for the past couple days. I have stuff all over the place. Paper and stuff like that. Like usual. Still got one bar on this battery bank.
Yeah.
That'll be useful. Dump the power into something. So yeah, I mean, I've been doing that for quite a bit now.
Yeah. Yeah, you have.
You know, that's over a dozen eggshells for sure. I know that for sure, at least.
Kaylin says you better go recharge the battery bank.
Well, actually, I've read the thing. It just says when it's blinking, that's the time to recharge it. So as long as
Okay.
once it's blinking, start charging it, it's fine. Because I usually have 2 battery banks now, at least. So I cycle through one all the way. Then as soon as that one's no more power, I gotta charge it. I start using the next one and charge up the one that needs to be charged. That way, there's always a full one.
Yeah.
If I need a full one, right? Let's say the whole day or whatever, right? But maybe you just going day-to-day stuff. I'll be like, oh, this is not for me, right? If I needed more or whatever, I can bring the R1 if I want to.
Yeah.
So I just cycle for that. That way, well, because the battery banks take a bit to recharge, especially the higher the capacity. 10,000, 20,000. It takes like almost a whole day to charge. So I would like to know that I didn't just deplete all the battery banks all the way down, right? That way I still know, hey, I still have one that's 3/4 or full, right? I can grab that one moment's notice, right? To be like, okay, I can grab this one. Because the way that I cycle through the batteries. Because I have more than one. So that way there's always a fresh one. If I need a fresh one. That has, full power.
Yeah.
For example. So, because I'm also charging other things too, so. Oh, yeah. There it is. I wasn't even joking about this, by the way. I'll show you guys this. I'm not even joking about this.
Yeah.
Not even joking about it.
Is that coffee grind in that?
Well, it's not just that. There's more than just coffee grounds.
Yeah, yeah, I mean,
eggshell, there's banana peelings in it, right?
yeah.
I just keep it in dry state just so I can store it.
Yeah.
Because I can't keep that in a wet state. It would just be too overwhelming.
Yeah, I bet it would be pretty overwhelming, yeah.
I mean, yeah, that'd be too overwhelming for me. So, this is the reason. Well, like I said, there's commercially food recyclers, right? And the concept is dry, shred it, right?
Yeah.
I'm just doing it without buying it yet, without the machinery to do it. Just to see for myself, right?
Yeah.
Just to see for myself or how good can it work, right? I just say I can get similar results. How good are those if I add them in? So. Well, like I said, I usually add that stuff in the fall or in the spring. I can't do it during the summer because I plants on the top. Stuff like that, so. And yes, I've had this container full before, like all the way to the top. It weighs 2.5 pounds when it's full, 1 kilogram.
Yeah.
And that's good enough for plenty of beds, plenty of garden beds.
Yeah, I think you need to make some more of it.
Because, like I said, see, like an actual compost bin you would put outside or whatever, right, and pile it up. You need enough of it too. Of the material.
Indeed.
So it stays warm and all that stuff. Right. So this is another way of doing it. Or a way that I can do it. If I lived in the tropical area or whatever down south more, maybe I'd try something else. Stuff like that. But yeah, this I mean, I got a lot in here. There's a couple leaves, right? Broken up leaves. There's, yeah. And it doesn't even have a smell anymore. It just smells like wood of everything.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say earthy smell, but it smells like coffee grounds and some banana peelings.
Yeah.
Almost like potpourri would smell. So it doesn't have a terrible smell. But I can use it when I'm ready, or when the ground's ready. So just add it in. Still something in here. So, you know, I usually add one of those humidity absorbers, moisture absorbers in there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I need to get me some moist absorbers too.
So, I've been doing this for quite a bit now. Yeah, what I have right now weighs 1 pound. It actually has weight to it. I'm actually surprised.
Yeah.
Because one thing you'll notice is because when you dry something out, it shrinks. Like dehydrating, things shrink, right? You know, and stuff like that, right? Shrivel up, right?
Yeah.
The difference between a grape and a raisin, right? So what you see in this container was probably a lot much more volume when it originally took up.
Yeah.
Right. So and it probably would have weighed like 7 pounds at least. Well, because I've heard of people like storing it in a bucket or whatever in the freezer. Well, you know what? That's valuable real estate. Just put scraps in, right?
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
and for most people, it's just like, no, they're not gonna do it because it's just there's too much real estate. All right, now I rather put food in the freezer, not put compostable material in. All right, just to keep the smell down. All right, so that's why I'm like, okay, well, if I can't freeze it, dry it out, shred it out, add it to ground later. I mean, I can still mix it in with water. I've done it before. Stuff like that, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I've shown it on the Instagram side, actually. I keep forgetting I showed that. I think it was named adding to soil. And I'm trying to paraphrase it. But yeah, that's just an example of that. You know, I thought it closed down that bed for the year. Basically, it was because we had a little bit longer warmth or less cold, right? So plants were starting to come back. I'm like, what? I thought I was done this way. It was still producing something, right?
Mrs. and a big breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how big that breakfast is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'm running for a few more minutes. At least to 4 hours.
I just got here. I had more to say.
Okay.
No, it's all good. It doesn't matter to me. No, but I mean, I just keep these larger containers for stuff like that. Just kind of add it in. Actually, I probably have to make some more.
Yeah.
Yes, you can do it by hand. I know you can. Just needs a couple tools. Obviously, powered equipment like a blender make it quicker. A dehydrator makes it quicker.
Yeah.
Right? I found a few ways to do it. All right, so just like any hand tool, it takes a little bit longer. So, but I can still get results. And like I said, if I showed this whole thing, you would see eventually see, oh, there's a little speck of an orange peel. I can see the
Yeah.
orange in it and stuff like that. So, like I said, she spoils me.
Yeah, I bet she does, Bob. I bet she do.
So, basically, what this is more like it's just a mixture of it now. So there's a good blend of stuff. It's almost like it's almost like if these things are supposed to be feeding the soil to feed the plant, basically
Yeah.
it's like a clean meal now. It's not just carbs, fats, and just carbs, right? For example, I'm using it as a metaphor, right?
Yeah.
There's more to it, right? It's just not quote unquote carbs or protein or fats, or in this case, all this other stuff like potassium, so forth, right? Calcium and so forth, right? So, and I just add it in, whenever I can,
Yeah.
during the spring, during the fall, right? And this is just stuff I've had for just one winter.
Yeah.
That's right. It just really does depend what you have during the year and stuff like that. So, I mean, I've threaded some of the sunflower before, stuff like that. So, I think part of it.
Yeah, and I believe your sunflowers turned out to be pretty good. Well, I guess.
Sorry, I had to go back to the phone. My headset's
Yeah.
drained down. But yeah, I mean, I've been doing this for like 3 or 4 years. Like I said, so I mean, I know Bob just started doing it. So he might not see
Yeah.
results as that fast.
No.
Okay. Well, because like I said, it's a solid. It takes a little bit for a solid to break down, so the soil can use it, then the plant can use it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I said, this is not liquid fertilizer. It's almost like granular type of fertilizer, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because when you buy like solid state stuff, it would be like you would see it in particles, right? It's usually very fine, lots of surface area. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm just duplicating that. So increase the surface area, and stuff like that. Hopefully not put too much effort into it, right? Something I can keep doing for a while.
Yeah.
Even without power. Well, because I imagine what they did a long time ago too, right? Before food recycler, before a dehydrator. Well, what else did they use? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
I found some other ways too. So, like I said, like the banana peel, right? I mean, like, because
Yeah,
originally,
that seems to work pretty good for you.
well, because like this is what when you unpeel it, I just cut it in strips, but it's connected at the top. Basically,
Yeah.
I just let that hang. Basically, it doesn't take like that long. If there's a heat source, it'll be done within the day. to the point that because it's like strips of it, especially if it's thin strips, it basically just goes. It just turns that dark brown color right away.
Yeah.
So I find that works very, very fast, actually. So, because it's not just a whole slice or a whole peel, it's just divided into 4 or 5 strips of it now. So the edges become dry out, and the next thing you know, it, like I said, it turns brown much, much faster. It dries out much faster too, right? So, well, it's just like feather sticks, right? It's just like people make feather sticks for fire because it increases the surface area. It burns faster, right? Because air can get into it.
Yeah.
That same way, air can get into this and dry it out.
Well, Sierra, I think we wrap things up now. So.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me on. And consider
Yeah, you're
what
very
we all
welcome.
said.
It's always nice to have you.
Yeah, consider what we all said, right? You know, what we were doing right now or whatever works for us. So
yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
Yes.
So take care, guys, and stay
Food
safe.
for thought. All right, take care, everyone.
And God bless.